With a faint smile, Yang Kai said, "Everyone can speak about reason. However, there aren't many who can actually put it into action." Xianxia looked at him and replied, "Looks like you're not bad to actually be able to say such words. From the looks of it, you're sensible and reasonable, so this old master will get straight to the point." Talking up to here, his expression sank as he waved his hand. "Thousand Leaves sect does not welcome you all. Scram back to wherever you came from." Vice sect master sure. Yi Hen could not help himself from letting out a cold shout. His face blanketed in fury. It wasn't easy for Yi Jinghan to invite Yang Kai to come over to repair that world-crossing space array. If this attempt was successful, Thousand Leaves sect would definitely be able to turn their current situation around and would no longer have to struggle just to eke out a living for themselves. This was the most important matter for the future of their sect. If not, why would he personally come out to welcome Yang Kai and his group? However, never in his wildest dreams did he expect Xianxia to cause havoc regarding this matter. Therefore, there was no way for him to not be infuriated by this development. Yi Jinghan's pretty face also sunk as she looked over towards Xianxia. "Martial uncle, young Master Yang is a friend I've invited over, so would you please treat them with more courtesy?" Xianxia sneered. "This old master would naturally be courteous if they were your genuine friends. However, this old master doesn't wish to see people that will cause disaster to befall our sect. Make them leave." Yi Jinghan shouted back, "That is impossible. Martial uncle, please hurry up and apologize to young Master Yang." "Impudence!" Xianxia burst into anger, before glaring at Yi Hen. "Is this the good daughter that you've brought up, sect master? She's so rude and disrespectful to actually shout at her martial uncle like that. Highly improper." A gloomy look descended on Yi Hen's face as he replied, "Jinghan has always been kind and gentle. Therefore, she definitely has her reasons to be this angry." You. Xianxia's beard shook as an utterly infuriated appearance radiated from his entire being. From the looks of it, this young master's appearance has caused some disharmonious notes to appear in your noble sect. Yang Kai said with a faint smile while rubbing his nose. "Stop with your cynical remarks, you brat." Xianxia growled and shot an exceedingly foul look towards Yang Kai. This caused Yang Kai to laugh. "Old thing, you're already advanced in age. It would be better for you to not get too worked up and injure your body as a result. Stop with your false pity. If you really are Yi Girl's friend, you should be considerate to her and quickly leave our Thousand Leaves sect." Xianxia seemed to be hellbent on wanting to chase Yang Kai away, as he made no attempt to hide that thought, with the word "leave" being in almost every sentence coming out from his mouth. Yang Kai grinned in response. "I already told you to not get worked up, right? Just a few days ago, an old fellow by the name of Kutian got worked up like you, just before he died." Xianxia's expression changed drastically immediately upon hearing those words, before he retreated vigilantly a few steps and shouted anxious, "What is your meaning here?" Although Yang Kai's words carried no malicious intent with them, the hairs on Xianxia's body stood on their ends when they echoed in his ears while cold sweat drenched through his robes. Even Yi Hen's expression had drastically changed, appearing as though he was afraid that Yang Kai would really take action right here. All of them had received news of Yang Kai killing quite a few people in the City Lord's mansion. Among those killed was Sky Peak Temple's Kutian. Originally, they did not dare to believe the information they had received. However, after hearing those words from Yang Kai's mouth, they had no other choice but to believe them. Yang Kai sneered. "According to what you said earlier, seniority demands respect, but strength is always king. This young master is stronger than you, so you should know your place before this young master. If not, this young master doesn't mind showing to you the disparity between us." As soon as she heard his words, Chiyu immediately proceeded to stir up even more trouble. "Young boy is a big tree. Do you want to lean on him, old fart? Don't miss out on this opportunity. If not, you'll regret it when it's too late." Guizhu sniggered and chimed in. "If you have any daughters or granddaughters, you can try to push them to get married to young Master Yang. You'd best understand how lucky you are to have this opportunity before it's gone. These words immediately caused AIO and Chiyui's to shoot daggers at him and snap simultaneously. Big brother, are you still wishing for people to look after you during your last days? Cold sweat appeared on Guizu's forehead as he replied in embarrassment. Just treat it as my nonsensical rambling. Their words unleashed a series of stabs and beatings as they took turns to ridicule Shi Tsongying, causing the latter's face to alternate between green and red with rage and embarrassment. Source Qi proceeded to gush out from his entire body, and he appeared to be on the brink of taking action. However, the thought of Kution dying at Yang Kai's hand and how the youth's true strength could not be judged by his cultivation realm caused fear to fill his heart, preventing him from really making a move. This vexed Shi Tsongying so much that he nearly coughed out blood as a result. Unable to do anything, he had no other choice but to clench his teeth and growled angrily at Yihen. Sect Master, are you going to stand by and watch these outsiders humiliate your vice sect master like this? Yihen quickly replied, Brother Shi, if you really are thinking about the sect, you should withdraw. Young Master Yang is a friend that Jing Han specially invited over, which means he is our sect's guest. Our sect does not treat our guests like this. You? Shi Tsongying glared furiously at Yihen. Suppressing the rampant qi within his body, he roared out, Since sect master treats this old master's good intentions as farts, you can deal with this on your own. Finishing his sentence, he turned around, flung his sleeves, and walked off, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing Shi Tsongying leave just like that, Yi Jinghan could not help but exhale deeply, before looking sheepishly towards Yang Kai and said, Young Master Yang. Right as she was about to speak, the words she was trying to say became stuck in her throat as she noticed Yang Kai staring coldly right back at her with an exceedingly unhappy look on his face. Sister Yi, you'd best give me a proper explanation for this. If you are unable to give this young master a satisfactory answer, he will immediately turn around and leave, Yang Kai said in a cold voice. At this moment he had a stomach full of grievances. Originally, he had accepted to come to Thousand Leaves sect to repair their world-crossing space array only due to Yi Jinghan's persistent efforts. However, no one could have expected that he would be threatened by their vice-sect master before he had even set foot into their sect. Although he did not suffer any losses from this incident, nor lose any face, it had made Yang Kai feeling exceedingly irritated. If not for the miraculous coincidence of being able to find Qi Yu and his other seniors, which could be counted as a contribution by Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai would not have been that long-winded with them at all. With the attitude and tone Shi Tsongying had used earlier, he would have already taken action to kill him. The faces of Yi Jinghan and Yi Hen changed drastically upon hearing Yang Kai's words. Brimming with dread, Yi Jinghan hastily replied, Please calm yourself, young Master Yang. Martial Uncle Shi has always been at odds with father, which resulted in Yi Hen patted on Yi Jinghan's shoulder to interrupt her explanation. Looking at Yang Kai, he gave a sigh. This Yi can understand the anger young Master Yang is feeling right now. All of this is this Ye's fault for the unsatisfactory reception that caused grievances for young Master Yang. This Yi apologizes to young Master Yang and his companions and hopes young Master Yang will give one more chance to our sect. After finishing his apology, he made a deep bow in a show of extreme sincerity. A slight frown appeared on Yang Kai's face. Sensing the sincerity from Yi Hen had extinguished the majority of the flames of anger burning in his heart. There's no need for Sect Master Yi to do this. Truthfully speaking, I'm just very curious why a trivial vice sect master is able to be that arrogant before the sect master. That's all. Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh in response. Will anyone be afraid of an old tiger that has lost its fangs? Father? Yi Jinghan let out a sob-filled cry as tears filled her eyes. Yi Hen smiled at her and said, To be born, grow old, get sick and die is part of life. There is no need for you to feel sad. After saying those words, he turned back to look at Yang Kai. During our prime, our Thousand Leaves sect excelled in the Tao of puppetry and our reputation was well known throughout the Southern Territory. However, due to our failure, we lost our core inheritance and gradually declined. Despite assuming command of Thousand Leaves sect, It is all due to this Ye's inability that the sect has yet to be returned to its former glory. Therefore, it is unavoidable for some dissenting voices to appear within the sect. Vice Master Shi's faction feels that we should discard the Tao of puppetry and seek out other paths, learning other secret arts or techniques in order to rebuild our Thousand Leaves sect. However, the Tao of puppetry is something that our ancestors passed down to us, so how could this Yi dare to abandon it? If I did so, not only would I be unfilial, unrighteous, and unbelieving, I would also have no face to meet our ancestors when I enter the next life. A pensive look appeared on Qi Yu's face. When the sect master and vice sect master have different plans, how could the sect develop successfully? Yi Hen followed up with yet another bitter laugh. That is precisely the point. The current Thousand Leaves sect has already been split into two factions, one of which wishes to preserve our heritage, the other which hopes for change. Although these two factions aren't completely incompatible like fire and water, there is some disharmony between them. Combined with your old age, that allows your vice sect master to show not a single bit of face to you, to the point of wanting to suppress your authority. AIO was gradually understanding the current situation within Thousand Leaves sect. I apologize for airing such unpleasant matters of our sect before you all, Yi Hen replied with a depressed look on his face. Standing to the side, Du Xian and the other Thousand Leaves sect disciples had ashen looks on their faces, with their fists all tightly clenched. Clearly, they were not feeling very well after the whole spectacle. Yi Hen continued to speak. Although this isn't this Ye's intention, being the sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect, this Yi cannot escape from this responsibility. If young Master Yang really does not want to work with our Thousand Leaves sect ever again, this Yi will not continue to impose. Though, I truly hope for young Master Yang to be magnanimous and give our sect one more chance. Looking right back at him, Yang Kai replied with an indifferent tone. Although Vice Master Shi has irritated me, his words were not completely incorrect. I have just offended quite a few people. Is Sect Master Yi not afraid of drawing danger to befall your noble sect? Yi Hen lightly replied. Even without young Master Yang coming here, our sect has already become a thorn in those people's eyes. It is just a matter of time before they take us to the chopping board. Furthermore, many have already witnessed young Master Yang and my daughter working together during the matter that happened in the City Lord's mansion. So even if young Master Yang leaves right now, our Thousand Leaves sect will not be able to extricate ourselves from this matter. Yang Kai grinned in response. It seems Sect Master Yi has better foresight than Vice Sect Master Shi. Yi Hen continued. Vice Sect Master Shi believes that everything will be fine if he takes the initiative to rebuff you. The only thing this Yi can say is that he is too naive in his thinking. Yang Kai asked, and what if I am incapable of successfully completing the matter you wish to cooperate on? Yi Hen turned silent for a while before replying. Time and fate are interlinked. Let nature take its course and do not force what is impossible. At the very least, when I meet my sect's ancestors in the next life, I can say to them with conviction that this Yi did his best. All right, this young master will make an effort then, Yang Kai said and nodded his head. Yi Jinghan cried out in excitement upon hearing his reply. You're staying, young Master Yang? Yi Hen chuckled heartily. Why are you still asking? Silly girl. As he said those words, he stood aside. Please, young Master Yang. No longer putting up the imposing and intimidating front like he did earlier, Yang Kai gave a courteous reply. All right then, Sect Master Yi. Yi Hen hesitated for a bit before proceeding to walk alongside Yang Kai into Thousand Leaves sect. As they traveled along, Gue Zhu and the others glanced around in curiosity, while shocked looks gleamed constantly within their eyes. Although they had already been in the star boundary for 2 to 3 years, they had only been moving about in the vicinity of Sky Crane City and had never seen a big sect in the star boundary. Although Thousand Leaves sect was currently in decline, it had once been a first-class force in the Southern Territory. As such, the heritage present within could not be matched by other small sects. The lofty and ancient constructions as well as the continuous and twisting paths seemed to transcend space and time, linking the past and the present, allowing people to have a taste of the various splendors of the time hundreds and thousands of years ago. Although the current Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to a real peak sect at the moment, they were still able to carve out an impressive image due to the various inheritances passed down from 10,000 years ago. This left Yang Kai relishing in satisfaction as he traveled along. Nevertheless, he was able to sense that the world energy within Thousand Leaves sect was indeed quite sparse, giving the impression of a treasured spiritual mountain without the corresponding world energy that should encircle it. This meant that the earth vein present here was not outstanding. Such a piece of land ideally wouldn't be used as a place to establish a sect. However, the ancestral founders of Thousand Leaves sect had still chosen to take root here. Clearly, this was due to the existence of the sealed world. This was just like when Zishan choosing to establish the Azure Sun Temple within the Azure Sun mountain range. The existence of the divine Ascension mirror was the deciding factor. The group flew along the undulating mountain paths, which, alongside the swirling sea of clouds beneath, provided for a beautiful sight to behold. Look at that small mountain. It looks like a monster beast. All of a sudden, Qiyu appeared to have discovered something as she pointed towards a small mountain peak that was approximately 50 meters tall. The one by its side is also a little interesting. It looks like a person standing with a sword in his hand. Gu Songyun's eyes lit up like torches as he looked towards another small mountain peak with an exceedingly excited look on his face. The group turned their heads to look and quickly discovered that those two peaks were not the only interesting peaks present. There were at least several dozen peculiar-looking mountain peaks present within the inner sanctum of Thousand Leaves sect. These peaks were all quite short in height, with only a few of them towering over 1,000 meters tall. What's more, all of them appeared to be shaped like living creatures, albeit ones that were magnified countless times over. Feeling interested, Yang Kai could not help but to take a few more looks at these mountain peaks. However, his expression quickly changed as he released his divine sense to investigate these strangely shaped mountain peaks. After a moment, his expression changed again as he suddenly asked, "Sect Master Yi, those small mountain peaks aren't as simple as they look, right?" Yi Hen gave a faint smile and replied, "Young Master Yang's vision is indeed sharp to be able to notice this. This Yi is impressed. Is it really as I've imagined?" Yang Kai's expression instantly turned solemn. Yi Hen nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is what young Master Yang is thinking. Father, what are you two talking about?" A blank look appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as she looked towards her father, not knowing what mysterious thing he was talking about with Yang Kai. Qiyu and the rest were also confused by the conversation, though it felt awkward for them to interject, so they held their curiosity. Yang Kai could not help but let a respectful look appear on his face before giving praise. "Your noble sect's ancestors are indeed extraordinary. Originally, I had assumed that Sister Ye's praise for the past grandeur of your Thousand Leaves sect was somewhat exaggerated. However, from the looks of it, she was actually being quite reserved." Yi Hen sighed. "Although our heritage still exists, the core inheritance has already disappeared. This Yi feels extremely guilty about this." Yi Jinghan interjected, "This isn't your fault, father. If not for that generation's ancestor losing our sect's inheritance, how would we end up in this state?" "Impudence!" Yi Hen shot a fierce glare at Yi Jinghan. "How can you recklessly judge the matters of our ancestors like that?" Yi Jinghan pouted in response, while a look of unhappiness appeared on her face. Seeing the darkening of Yi Hen's mood, Yang Kai did not say anything else, though his impression of Thousand Leaves sect had grown by quite a bit. He felt that if the Thousand Leaves sect was able to regain some of its core inheritance, they might be able to reach the same level as the other first-class sects after just 100 years. Those unassuming, weirdly shaped mountain peaks were more than sufficient to show the potential present within those lost inheritances. After a short while, the group arrived at the main peak of Thousand Leaves mountain range, Thousand Leaves Peak. Just like other sects, luxurious buildings and pavilions were constructed here, brimming with an awe-inspiring grandeur. Clearly, this was an extremely important location for Thousand Leaves sect. Present on the apex of the mountain peak was an ancient-looking great hall that had an ancient and imposing aura gushing out from it. The group landed right before the great hall. The other members of Thousand Leaves sect were already present here, appearing to have received news of their impending arrival. Upon the arrival of Yihen and the others, they proceeded to bow in respect, though Shi Tsongying was absent. Yihen proceeded to introduce every high-ranking member of Thousand Leaves sect to Yang Kai. After breaking the ice, Yihen led the group into the Great Hall for a reception. Along the sides of the Great Hall stood 2 rows of spear-wielding guards. Not only that, they were accompanied by a few strange-looking monster beasts that sat still on the ground, not moving even an inch. As Yang Kai and the group walked past these guards, they noticed that they were not moving even an inch, to the point where they were not even blinking, nor did they show any intent of greeting the group at all. This strange phenomenon piqued Yang Kai's interest, and after taking a few more looks at the guards, his entire body shook as he immediately came to a halt before sending out his divine sense to sweep across the bodies of those guards in shock. Seeing this, Yihen also proceeded to stop and grinned as he looked at Yang Kai. "What happened, Sect Master Yang?" Gu Tsongyun asked in doubt, confused over what Yang Kai had discovered. Yang Kai shot a look to his left and right. Only then did he take a deep breath, before looking towards Yihen to ask, "Sect Master Yi, are all of these guards puppets?" "What?" The eyes of Chi Yu and the others snapped wide open as they looked incredulously towards the row of guards by their sides, proceeding to send their divine sense out to investigate. After a short while, all of them had their eyes wide open with looks of disbelief blanketing their faces. Earlier, other than feeling that they appeared somewhat weird, no one had too much of an impression after seeing those guards. It was only after Yang Kai's question did everyone realize that all of those black-armored, weapon-wielding guards were not living beings, but exceedingly lifelike puppets. They appeared to be completely identical to living humans. Even the skin exposed between the gaps of their armor was of the same shade as a human being's. Chi Yu and the others turned their heads to look around and discovered that the weirdly shaped monster beasts lying on the ground also seemed to be puppets. This left them in utter shock from their discovery. With a faint smile, Yihen said, "These are a small number of the Earth-grade puppets present in our sect. I apologize to young Master Yang for our lacking display." Although his words were humble, an unmistakable hint of pride was present within his eyes. Clearly, he was extremely proud of his sect's heritage. The other higher-ups from Thousand Leaves sect also wore proud looks on their faces. Yang Kai's eyebrows rose up as he asked, "Puppets are also categorized into different grades?" Yihen replied, "Of course. Within our Thousand Leaves sect, all of the puppets here are classified into the 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Every category is further split into 3 ranks. The higher the grade, the stronger the puppet." "Then those Earth-grade puppets?" Chi Yu asked in curiosity as she pointed to the approximately 30 puppets present here. "What is the level of combat strength they can display?" With a solemn voice, Yihen replied, "The strongest ones are able to rival third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, with the weakest being able to rival first-order Dao Source Realms." A series of gasps rang out as the group looked at Yihen in disbelief. If everything was as what he had said, the over 30 puppets present here would equate to the same number of Dao Source Realm Masters, with some third-order rivaling existences among their ranks. How powerful would such a force be? Furthermore, that was just the combat strength of the puppets. The cultivators controlling them had not been accounted for yet. If a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator was able to control a third-order Dao Source Realm puppet, they should be able to put up a fight even if they were up against an enemy at the peak of the Dao Source Realm. Gu Zu said with a face covered in shock. "Despite how extraordinary the Dao of puppetry is for your noble sect, there are still people who want to find other secret arts and techniques to replace it? They're basically blind and don't know how blessed they are." Yihen's face dimmed. "Our sect no longer has the methods to control these puppets. As of now, the only thing we can do is to display them here." The group of Thousand Leaves sect leaders all turned silent and depressed, their expressions crestfallen, with no trace of the earlier pride they had shown. "That's enough gossip. Young Master Yang and our guests have just arrived from afar. Our sect has prepared water and wine to help our honored guests wash away their weariness. Please, do not reject our hospitality. This way." Yihen quickly changed the subject, clearly not wanting to continue talking about this painful spot any longer. Yang Kai and the others did not reject the hospitality, as it would not look good on them if they were to refuse other people's good intentions. Therefore, they followed Yi Hen and entered the Great Hall. The higher realm Thousand Leaves sect cultivators did not know why their sect master was treating Yang Kai with such importance, to the point of going all the way out to greet the latter at the entrance of the sect. Nevertheless, they did not dare to ask too many questions. This let a good atmosphere develop in the reception hall, and coupled with the repeated cheers and drinking, left the guests brimming with happiness. Seated beside each other, both Yang Kai and Yi Hen did not keep a reserved stance, as they maintained an exceedingly outspoken attitude. They drank and laughed with anyone who came forward to drink with them, giving people an impression of them being very open-minded and friendly. Only after 3 rounds of drinks did people begin to leave. Yang Kai and the others were arranged to rest in a large courtyard on the main peak. Other than a few maidservants and service-related personnel, there was no one else present, as all of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples had already taken their leave. Chi Yu and the others retreated to their assigned rooms, with Yang Kai also arriving at his assigned room through the guidance of a maidservant. After instructing her to not disturb him unless he called for her, Yang Kai proceeded to open the room's barriers. After doing so, he waved his hand before an elegant-looking beauty appeared in front of him. After taking a look at her surroundings, Hua Qingxi said in a discontented tone, "I'm at the critical period of my cultivation. Why did you summon me?" As of now, the small seal world had been saturated with world energy. Other than the incomplete world principles, the environment within it was better for cultivation than even Star Soul Palace's heaven-grade cultivation paradise's rooms. This was a matter of great joy for Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi, who had been cultivating within it. This was especially significant for Zhang Ruoxi, whose cultivation had soared upwards. At this moment, she had impressively broken through to the Origin King realm, something which Yang Kai had taken keen notice of. After the awakening of the bloodline present within her, Zhang Ruoxi simply appeared to be a completely new person. Although Hua Qingxi had yet to break through, the source qi circulating within her body had grown substantially purer than before, forming a rather strong foundation that was absolutely beneficial to her impending breakthrough to the Emperor realm. Therefore, she was naturally unhappy with Yang Kai's sudden summoning. "How is Sister Hua's cultivation going?" Yang Kai asked in interest. The greater her strength, the greater the help she would be able to provide to him. Therefore, he naturally hoped for Hua Qingxi to break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. If she managed to break through, it would mean that he would have an Emperor realm goon by his side at all times that could fight anyone he wanted to fight against. Hua Qingxi frowned in response. "I'm still lacking a little bit. I feel as if I am still missing something. Perhaps my opportunity has yet to arrive." Shades of vexation were present in her tone. After all, with Yang Kai handing an exceedingly precious treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill to her to consume, it would be inexcusable for her to not break through into the Emperor realm. Being too hasty during cultivation might have the opposite effect. Yang Kai smiled faintly, having also realized the pressing issue that plagued Hua Qingxi. "As if I don't know that. You'll know how I feel only when you reach the same realm as me." Hua Qingxi gave a sigh before waving her hand. "Forget about it, let's not talk about it. What is this place and what did you summon me for?" "This is Thousand Leaves sect." "Thousand Leaves sect?" Hua Qingxi raised her brow, sinking into silent thought for a while before saying, "Are you talking about the Thousand Leaves sect that gained their name through their puppet arts? Does Sister Hua know about this sect?" Yang Kai asked in shock. Hua Qingxi replied, "Although Thousand Leaves sect isn't a first-class sect, they are still quite famous within the Southern Territory, so how could I have not heard of them? In the past, I was even quite interested in their puppet arts and did a little research about them for a while. Nevertheless, it's a pity as I heard they've already lost their inheritance and have been in decline for quite a few years. Currently, they can't even control the puppets left within their sect." That's about right, from what I've heard." Upon hearing her reply, Yang Kai immediately knew that Hua Qingxi had quite a good understanding of Thousand Leaves sect. "Why did you come to the Thousand Leaves sect? Are you coveting their puppet arts?" asked Hua Qingxi in curiosity. I'm here to help on someone's behest. Yang Kai smiled faintly and gave a brief explanation of the matter. Surprised by the development of events, Hua Qingxi asked, "There's actually a sealed world within Thousand Leaves sect? That's the first time I've heard of this matter. So that's why Thousand Leaves sect entered a decline. It's also very plausible that their sealed world's entrance has been sealed. Reasonably speaking, it would not be a hard task for you to use your knowledge of the Tao of space to repair that connection." "I'll have to give my all," Yang Kai shrugged. All of a sudden, a crafty smile appeared on Hua Qingxi's face. "Young Master Yang, if you are able to find the Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance within the sealed world, would it be possible for you to make a copy for me to take a look?" "That doesn't seem like a great idea." Yang Kai cast a sidelong gaze at her. "After all, it's their inheritance. What are you trying to do by trying to comprehend it?" Hua Qingxi curled her lips. "You make it sound like you aren't interested in it at all. All right then. In any case, it won't take me long before I break through to the Emperor realm, so I don't have any time now to comprehend it anyway." Yang Kai gave a meaningful grin. "I can give it a try," Hua Qingxi replied. "That's more like it. I've heard that the puppets of Thousand Leaves sect are classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. As of now, the members of this sect are only able to control puppets of the profound grade and below, as the controlling method for puppets of earth grade and above had been lost over time." "That's right. There are over 30 earth grade puppets present on their main peak, but Yi Hen and the others were incapable of controlling them. From the looks of it, they also have quite a few heaven grade puppets." A look of pity appeared on Yang Kai's face as he recalled the deep shock that he had felt in his heart upon seeing those strange little mountain peaks that greeted him when he had first entered Thousand Leaves sect. Hua Qingxi smiled. "Do you know that there's also a spirit grade puppet, which is a grade above heaven grade puppets?" Yang Kai's eyes snapped wide open as he gasped in shock. "Spirit grade puppets?" Hua Qingxi nodded her head and replied, "I don't know if those puppets actually existed or not, as I obtained the information on them from a few ancient books kept in Star Soul Palace's library. The information there wasn't complete either. You should know that being Overlord of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace has conducted some research on the secret techniques of the various major sects across the entire star boundary. And Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. Hua Qingxi replied with a solemn tone. Every single one of the Thousand Leaves sect's heaven-grade puppets was said to be able to display a combat strength rivaling an Emperor Realm Master. The strongest of the heaven-grade puppets weren't even inferior to third-order emperors. This was the reason why they were able to become a top sect within the Southern Territory. But regarding spirit-grade puppets, they seemed to have already gained spirituality, were capable of independent thought, and possessed their own consciousness. They were said to be capable of cultivating secret arts and techniques, allowing them to continuously increase their combat strength, just like your big stone. The big stone she was talking about was naturally his embodiment. Yang Kai was so shocked by Hua Qingxi's words that he shot an utterly dumbfounded look at her. Puppets were called puppets because they lacked sentience and required cultivators to control their movements. If they were able to possess their own consciousness and were even able to increase their combat strength through cultivation, how could they still be classified as puppets? Those were clearly the benefits only living creatures possessed. Hua Qingxi smiled faintly. I don't know whether they actually exist or not. In any case, that is how they were described in the ancient books I've read. During those years, although Thousand Leaves sect had achieved universal acclaim for their mastery of the Tao of puppetry, they didn't seem to have too many spirit-grade puppets in hand. Furthermore, no one knew where those spirit-grade puppets had disappeared to over these years. Yang Kai remained silent for a long time. A puppet with sentience. Just the idea of it seemed so outrageous. However, upon deeper thought, it did not seem to be utterly impossible. With how vast this world was, and the endless myriad of strange and peculiar things present within, even an artifact spirit, Lu Yen, was able to assume human form. So why would it be impossible for a puppet to gain sentience? The only problem was the incredible amount of conditions and coincidences that had to align for this to happen. Oh, by the way, why did you summon me? If there isn't anything else, I want to go back and cultivate. Hua Qingxi could not help but ask after seeing Yang Kai staying in a daze for a long time. Coming back to his senses, Yang Kai replied, Sister Hua, I need you to stay here temporarily, as I have something I need your help with. What is it? During this trip to Thousand Leaves Sect, I managed to find some of my old friends. However, Thousand Leaves Sect's vice sect master doesn't seem to have a good impression of us. I'm afraid that he might try to do something nefarious to them when I'm not around. Yang Kai needed to repair Thousand Leaves Sect's space array, and if the opportunity presented itself, he even wished to take a look at the interior of the sealed world. When that happened, it would naturally be impossible for him to be next to Qi Yu and the others. At this moment, Qi Yu and the others were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, while Song-Ying was a third-order Dao Source Realm master. There was a rather big gap in their cultivations, so if Yang Kai was not by their side, Qi Yu and the others would be utterly incapable of putting up any resistance should Song-Ying choose to move against them. As such, Yang Kai had summoned Hua Qingxi with the intention of having her secretly protect Qi Yu and the others. After explaining his intentions to Hua Qingxi, she immediately accepted, That's not a problem. You should just worry about your own matters, young Master Yang. It's just a third-order Dao Source Realm. If he really wants to seek death, I don't mind assisting him in doing so. As she said those words, a chilling glint flashed across her eyes. Clearly, she was feeling extremely unhappy and frustrated at that fellow for causing interference with her cultivation. Although Hua Qingxi and Song-Ying had the same cultivation, their backgrounds were completely different. Song-Ying was just the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect. How could his secret arts and secret techniques rival those of Hua Qingxi, who originated from Star Soul Palace? If the two of them were to engage in a life-or-death fight, there was absolutely no possibility for Song-Ying to obtain victory. Then I shall trouble you, Sister Hua, Yang Kai replied with a grin. Shooting an annoyed glare at Yang Kai, Hua Qingxi said in a gloomy tone, After handing my soul imprint to you, your sister Hua has already resigned herself to her fate. The only thing I hope is for you to treat your sister Hua well in the future. As long as you don't resort to beating or scolding me, that will be enough. Following her words, she rubbed the corners of her eyes, all while looking as if she was suffering from a cruel fate. Cold sweat erupted from Yang Kai's body as he hurriedly wiped his forehead and warned, Sister Hua, you better not say those words in front of Qi Yu. If you do, I'll be dead for sure. A bitter look blanketed Hua Qingxi's face as she pursed her lips. Young Master Yang, are you not satisfied even after having this Sister Hua, Ruoxi and Lu Yen? You even went out to harass other women? How are we sisters inferior to others? Torrents of cold sweat dripped down from Yang Kai's forehead as he replied in embarrassment. Stop fooling around. If not, I'll kill you. Hua Qingxi let out a peal of enchanting laughter and moved towards the door with a twist of her body, turning around as she smiled. Seeing how afraid young Master Yang is of that woman, it looks like she has some kind of upper hand against you. Ha! What are you going to do? Yang Kai cried out in shock. Are you going to look for her? Hua Qingxi replied, Rest assured, I'll protect them in secret. There are so many rooms here, I'll just find one to sit down in. After saying that, she opened the door and disappeared from view with a deft move. Apprehension filling his face, Yang Kai sent his divine sense out. Only after sensing that Hua Qingxi had really found a room to cultivate in, did he finally relax. The next day, Yi Jinghan came over to find Yang Kai. However, to his surprise, she did not ask him about the matter of repairing the space array. On the contrary, she had come over to pass him some herbs. He had requested these herbs from her as they were the ingredients needed to detoxify Chai Hu. Although obtaining these few herbs weren't too difficult, they were not that simple to find either. Therefore, Yang Kai did not expect Thousand Leaves Sect to have collected all of them in just a day's time. Nevertheless, since he already had all of the herbs in hand, Yang Kai naturally started to refine the coagulation pill for Chai Hu. After saying a word of thanks to Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai immediately took out his furnace to start the refining. Within half a day, the coagulation pill was successfully refined. Upon hearing the news, Qiyu and the others gathered in Chaihu's room, everyone shooting anxious gazes at him. Present in Chaihu's hand was a jade bottle with 6 spherical spirit pills inside. Seated on the ground, Chaihu appeared to be somewhat absent-minded as he clutched the bottle. Yang Kai, are these the coagulation pills that you spoke of? Qiyu turned her head towards Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai nodded his head and replied in a serious tone. Senior Chai needs to consume 1 pill now, and I need you all to assist him in refining the medicinal efficacies. Every 3 days after today, he will need to consume 1 more pill. In this way, the monster beast's poison will be dispelled in half a month. A tremor shook through Chaihu's body upon hearing these words. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, he gulped hard. After the poison is dispelled, my cultivation will still be in the 3rd order Origin King realm, Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. Chaihu couldn't help but feel depressed upon hearing his words. The rest of the group also turned gloomy as they assumed that Chaihu would forever remain at this cultivation realm, with no possibility of regaining his former strength at all. Yang Kai continued. However, if he continues to cultivate, he'll quickly be able to regain his former cultivation. Chaihu's eyes instantly burst forth with radiance as he shot a burning gaze at Yang Kai. What young Master Yang is saying is that I'm able to restore my former cultivation? Yang Kai replied. Naturally, Senior Chai's cultivation has only been suppressed due to the poison. Since it has not been too long, it did not harm your foundation. As long as you work hard, you'll regain your cultivation. Guizhu spoke out anxiously. Are you sure, Sect Master? Yang Kai smiled and replied. Do you think I joke about something like this? That's great. Qiyu immediately felt relieved, as though a large stone had been lifted from her heart. If it had been truly impossible for Chaihu to improve his cultivation any further, everyone, including her, would definitely be tormented by it for the rest of their lives. After all, Chaihu had suffered such a consequence because he stayed behind to buy time for them to escape. Therefore, they were elated to hear from Yang Kai that there was no obstruction in Chaihu's cultivation path. After gaining Yang Kai's confirmation, Chaihu did not hesitate any longer and immediately consumed a coagulation pill. Extremely anxious looks were present on Qiyu and the others' faces as they sat by his side, aiding him in absorbing the pill's medicinal efficacies. Within the Thousand Leaves sect was a majestic great palace located on a mountain peak approximately 300 kilometers from the main peak. Within a room in the great hall stood Xianxia, with his hands behind his back, a gloomy expression covering his face as he listened to the report from a disciple standing behind him. After a moment, he opened his mouth. You're saying that those outsiders are staying in the main palace? The disciple replied respectfully. Yes, Vice Sect Master. That is indeed the case. Did they make any trips outside during the last 2 days? They did not leave at all. On the contrary, it has only been Sect Master who has gone over there. Were you able to find out exactly what they came here for? Asked Xianxia. This disciple is useless and cannot find out any clues as to why they are here. However, I've heard that the one named Yang Kai is proficient in the alchemic Tao, and is the person who had refined the extraordinary treasure pill within the Four Seasons realm. He is a Tao Source Grade Alchemy Grandmaster. This disciple guesses that they are here most probably due to something related to alchemy. Alchemy. Xianxia's eyes lit up before nodding slightly. That seems plausible. Yihen is advanced in his years, yet his cultivation has not increased. Perhaps he's trying to find a way to break through with the assistance of pills. However, if it's just about alchemy, why would Yihen treat that little brat with such importance, to the point of letting this old master lose face? That disciple replied, Is there a possibility that Yang Kai still has an extraordinary treasure pill on him? Right as those words left his mouth, it caused Xianxia's entire body to shake, while intense radiance burst forth from his eyes. Thinking about it, Yihen was now in the third order Tao Source realm and required something precisely like the extraordinary treasure pill. If Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There was no third order Tao Source realm who wouldn't covet such a spirit pill. as it was an exceptional treasure that would give them the possibility to break through to the Emperor realm. Yihen definitely knew this, therefore. He had treated that little brat with such courtesy, to the point of not caring about Shi Tsong-ing at all. Considering all of this, flames immediately erupted within Shi Tsong-ying's heart. He was also a third-order Dao Source Realm Master, but the Emperor realm was still distant and remote for the current him. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, it would present him with a chance to peer into the heavenly way and within an extremely short amount of time allow him to rise up. Vice Sect Master, there is also another matter. Seeing Shi Tsong-ing remaining silent for quite a long while, the disciple spoke out once more. What matter? Shi Tsong-ing asked. It is said that there is some movement from Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple, and they seem to be unfavorable towards our Thousand Leaves sect. Shi Tsong-ying's body shook once again as he turned around to look at the disciple. Is this news genuine? The disciple replied. It is just some rumors. Exactly how much of it is true, this disciple isn't clear. Go and investigate. Do everything possible to find out what the truth is. As long as you get the slightest whiff of the facts, immediately report back to me. Shi Tsong-ing spoke out in a slightly flustered voice. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to take action against Thousand Leaves sect, they couldn't resist with their current strength. Each of the other two sects was no weaker than the Thousand Leaves sect alone. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace, as it was rumored that their palace master, Qiuzhe, had been attempting to break through to the Emperor realm over the past few years, though he was still unable to do so. If Qiuzhe really entered the Emperor realm, the ranking of the great forces within a 100,000-kilometer radius would instantly change, with every sect living or dying by the will of Sky Illumination Palace. Shi Tsong-ing was instantly flustered upon hearing about those two sects possibly wanting to take action against Thousand Leaves sect. After the disciple had left, he continued to pace up and down with unease. After a long while, he suddenly came to a halt, before a chilling glint flashed within his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he growled, Yihen, Yihen, you've really gone senile to actually be willing to let the wolves into the sect, disregarding this old master's advice. Since that's the case, don't blame this old master for not considering our long friendship. This old master also has to make plans for the future of our Thousand Leaves sect. The work of our ancestors cannot be destroyed by your hands. Otherwise, how would this old master face our various ancestors when I head to the underworld? After saying those words, he seemed to have made some kind of decision, as his gaze grew resolute. After a short while, he sent his divine sense out to summon a few of his trusted disciples. After receiving the secret commands, they proceeded to quickly leave. On the third day since Xianxia and the others arrived in Thousand Leaves sect, Chai, whose condition had already gotten much better. Although the poison within his body had not been completely removed, it was no longer continuously corroding his dantian and meridians like before. As long as he continued to consume the pills as per Xianxia's instructions, the poison within his body would be completely dispelled after half a month. Naturally, Chai, who was incomparably grateful to Xianxia. On the contrary, Qi Yu and the others did not say anything much to Xianxia. Originating from the same star field, the relationship between them had already become incomparably tight. Chai, who was their sworn brother, which meant that he was Xianxia's senior. Therefore, it was all the more natural for Xianxia to help him. Xianxia was also very glad that Qi Yu and the others had made friends with Chai, who upon arriving at the star boundary, according to the scenario they had described, their lives in the star boundary would not have been as smooth as it was if not for the 2 years Chai who had spent helping them. Furthermore, for the sake of saving Qi Yu, Chai, who had totally disregarded his personal safety, putting himself in harm's way as a result. Despite knowing the low chance of success, he still went ahead boldly without any hesitation, rushing straight to the city lord's mansion. This matter also proved that Chai, who would have died for nothing if Xianxia hadn't been there. Clearly, he was a person who had the utmost regard for loyalty and relationships. One would truly need a friend or brother like that in their lifetime. No need for many, just one would suffice. Xianxia was truly happy for Qi Yu and the others. On the third day, Yang Kai was seated in meditation when he heard the faint sounds of footsteps from outside of his door before they came to a stop right before his room. Without waiting for the person to knock on the door, Yang Kai extended his hand and opened the door, only to see Yi Jinghan standing right outside his room. As their eyes met, Yi Jinghan said in a soft voice, "Young Master Yang, come in and talk." Yang Kai replied. Yi Jinghan nodded her head before stepping forward. Entering the room, Yi Jinghan found a chair to sit in, before asking, "How has your stay here been, young Master Yang?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Sister Yi has not come over just to ask this question, am I right?" Seeing that Yang Kai appeared to have guessed the reason behind her visit, Yi Jinghan couldn't help but blush in embarrassment and turned speechless as a result. Yang Kai opened his mouth. "Please lead the way, Sister Yi." Happiness gushed out from Yi Jinghan's face upon hearing those words, before asking, "Isn't there anything else young Master Yang has to do?" Yang Kai replied, "What else do I have to do? I've come here for the sake of that sealed world. Could it be that the Thousand Leaves sect has not completed their preparations?" "No, no, no." Yi Jinghan hastily waved her hands in denial. "Thousand Leaves sect can take action at any time. Father has also been waiting patiently for this. Please follow me, young Master Yang." As she said that, she immediately stood up to lead the way. Yang Kai followed behind Yi Jinghan as the duo flew within the Thousand Leaves mountain range. After a short while, they arrived before a mountain valley surrounded by extraordinarily beautiful sceneries and landscapes, as beautiful and refreshing as a spring day, all of them vying for the most beautiful spot. Upon arriving, Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow as he stared deeply at the scenery of the mountain valley before him, a peculiar glint sparkling within the depths of his eyes. He could instinctually sense that there was something not quite right about this mountain valley. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Yi Jinghan took the initiative to explain. "This is an illusion array, and it was arranged by an ancestor of our Thousand Leaves sect. Please wait for a bit, young Master Yang. I've already contacted Father to lift the barrier." So it is an illusion array. Yang Kai finally understood why he felt as though there was something off with this mountain valley. Currently, he had reached a reasonably strong cultivation, while his divine sense had become even more powerful than before. Nevertheless, he was still unable to see through the mysteries of this illusion array. This was proof of how mysterious this spirit array was. The person who had arranged it was definitely an Emperor Realm Master. As only an emperor could achieve such a feat, Yang Kai was instantly curious after coming to a realization. He proceeded to send his divine sense out to scan the mountain valley in an attempt to gain a comprehension of the mysteries within. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, he was unable to gain even the slightest bit of insight. The illusion array that covered this entire mountain valley appeared to resemble nature itself, leaving utterly no weakness to exploit. This truly shocked Yang Kai to the core. Since Thousand Leaves sect had been on the decline for so many years, this meant that this illusion array should also have been created countless years ago. After weathering the vicissitudes of time, this illusion array continued to stand mightily. This not only showed how powerful a cultivation its creator had, but how incomparable their achievements in the Tao of spirit arrays was. To the side, Yi Jinghan carefully sent her divine sense out to scan the surroundings. Only after confirming that there was no one in the vicinity did she retrieve a communication artifact and send her divine sense in. Clearly, she was sending a message to Yi Hen. After a short while, ripples suddenly started to appear in the space before her, appearing just like the waves formed on the surface of a tranquil lake after someone had thrown a pebble into it. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan hastily spoke out in a solemn tone, "Young Master Yang, please follow exactly in my steps. If you step off the path, you will trigger the killing array within this mountain valley." "I understand," Yang Kai replied with a nod. Yang Kai followed behind her and took a step forward. In the next instant, the scenery before him suddenly changed. He was still in front of the mountain valley. However, the beautiful scenery around him had changed into an exceedingly bleak and desolate one, with not a single plant in sight. The entire area was composed of barren land. Standing quietly in the front, Yi Jinghan nodded slightly towards Yang Kai upon his entry, before quickly moving forward to lead the way. Clearly, she had entered here quite a few times before, resulting in her confidence towards knowing the safe route within this illusion array. Moving step by step forwards, she made exceedingly precise and nimble movements. Originally, she was worried that Yang Kai might not be able to keep up with her, causing her to slow down. However, after traveling for a while, she noticed Yang Kai appeared to be exceedingly relaxed. Immediately, she knew that her worries were unnecessary, resulting in her increasing her traveling speed substantially. Yang Kai continued to follow closely behind her, traveling like a shadow and not straying an inch off the path she took. The duo traveled for a stick of incense's worth of time within the illusion array before appearing in a wide clearing. Right before them was a gigantic platform, one that was clearly man-made, with traces of carvings present. This platform radiated an ancient aura, a clear sign of the countless years it had endured. Present here was Thousand Leaves sect master Yi Hen, who stood on the platform with a depressed and guilt-ridden look on his face. Hearing their arrival, Yi Hen turned his head around. Seeing his daughter arriving with Yang Kai, he hastily cupped his hands. "Young Master Yang." "Sect Master Yi." Returning the greeting, Yang Kai's attention was immediately captured by the gigantic platform before him. Scanning the platform with a focused gaze, he proceeded to keenly observe it, his eyes gleaming as he did so. "Young Master Yang." Right as Yi Jinghan was about to say something, Yi Hen suddenly extended his hand to stop her, before making a sign for her to keep quiet. Knowing that she had overstepped her boundaries, Yi Jinghan stuck her tongue out playfully. Moving to stand beside her father, she proceeded to wait in apprehension. The three on the platform remained silent for a long while, with Yi Hen and his daughter focusing on every change that happened to Yang Kai's gaze and expression, while the latter focused all of his senses towards the platform before him. Clearly, the platform before him was a gigantic array foundation. Yang Kai did not have much of an understanding towards the Tao of spirit arrays. The only kinds of spirit array he excelled in were space arrays, and this was due to the help of Yang Yen. He had spent quite a bit of effort to arrange the space arrays on Shadowed Star in his native star field, and the method of their arrangement was taught to him by Yang Yen. Therefore, Yang Kai's understanding of space arrays was both profound yet shallow. Scanning his surroundings with his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately realized that there were countless patterns engraved into this array-based platform. Each and every one of them was connected together, forming the network that would maintain the passageway between the star boundary and the sealed world. Those interlinked arrays were extraordinarily abstruse, and although they were very different from the diagrams that were familiar to Yang Kai, he was able to gain a clear understanding after a period of analysis. Not only that, but he was also able to comprehend some additional details from the various diagrams that triggered some deep thoughts in his mind. Without a doubt, the knowledge of arrays that Yang Yen had taught him was top-notch and had some absolute superiorities to the array-based platform before him. Nevertheless, there was always something to learn from other sources of knowledge, and Yang Kai was still able to gain a lot from the array carved on this base. After a long while, Yang Kai finally exhaled deeply and pulled his divine sense back, his eyes now gleaming with brilliance. "Young Master Yang." Seeing him come back to his senses, Yi Jinghan called out to him in a voice brimming with nervousness. Yi Hen also asked out in anxiety, "Has young Master Yang discovered something?" Yang Kai nodded his head and replied, "Your noble sex ancestor was indeed an extraordinary person. The one who arranged this spirit array definitely was an array grandmaster. How do I put it? There's absolutely nothing wrong with this space array. The only problem is that its energy is completely depleted. As long as you supplement it with some source crystals, it will start operating immediately." Yi Hen's eyes lit up as an emotional voice rang out from his mouth. "Are you able to confirm that, young Master Yang?" After an instant, he awkwardly added, "It isn't that this Yi doesn't trust young Master Yang, but this matter concerns our entire Thousand Leaves sect." Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. "I understand. So there's no need for Sect Master Yi to continue explaining yourself. Nevertheless, I can tell you definitively that there's absolutely no damage present on this array. Furthermore, even if it was damaged, I can repair it as long as I obtain the appropriate materials." A tremor shook through Yi Hen's entire being as he shot an incredulous look at Yang Kai. Only now did he realize that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's achievements in the Tao of space. He had originally assumed that despite the latter's achievements, Yang Kai would not be too accomplished due to his age and cultivation. However, it was only after hearing Yang Kai's words that he realized how wrong he was. Yang Kai's achievements in the Tao of space could only be rivaled by a handful of people within the star boundary. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for Yang Kai to be this confident about repairing the array-based platform. Yi Jinghan then asked, "If there is no problem with the array-based platform here, why would the sealed world's entrance become sealed?" Yang Kai replied, "A space array connects two different points, so if there is no problem with this end, it means something must be wrong on the other side, rendering this one inactive." On the other side, Yi Hen frowned, before gasping in shock. Is young Master Yang trying to say that the array in the seal world is damaged? That's most likely the case. Then what should we do? Yi Jinghan's pretty face turned pale. If the array on the other side is damaged, and we're utterly incapable of transmitting over to that side, there's no way for us to repair it. Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai in anticipation. Does young Master Yang have any solutions? With a grin, Yang Kai replied, "To an average person, they would naturally be unable to go to the other side if the other array is damaged. However, if one can utilize space principles, it isn't entirely impossible to follow the connection between the two arrays and directly open up a path. Therefore, I could give it a try." Although he wasn't fully confident in the matter, he had at least 80% confidence in achieving this. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't want to give the other party too much hope before the matter was completed, as it would make them more likely to get disappointed. He had always been a careful and vigilant person. Yi Hen could not help but become emotional after hearing Yang Kai's words. Cupping his fists, he said, "If young Master Yang is able to repair this space array, you will be our Thousand Leaves sect's most honored benefactor. In the future, if young Master Yang needs anything, our Thousand Leaves sect will definitely answer your call." Yang Kai replied in a casual tone, "You're being too serious, Sect Master Yi. However, although I can make an attempt, I would need to spend some time on it. Therefore, I'll have to ask Sect Master Yi to take care of my friends that will be staying in your Thousand Leaves sect for the time being." "Absolutely," Yi Hen nodded his head. Appearing to understand what Yang Kai was having apprehensions about, he immediately added, "This Yi will definitely make sure to take good care of them. Young Master Yang can hold me accountable if they suffer even the slightest bit of injury." "All right then." Yang Kai nodded his head, before continuing, "Does Sect Master Yi have a map of the sealed world on hand? If I manage to successfully transmit over, I might need to repair the array there. To do so, I may need to search the sealed world for some materials." Yang Kai had some of the materials required to arrange a space array in his space ring, materials left over from the space arrays he arranged in his native star field. Although these materials weren't of high grade or quality, it would definitely not be a problem to use them for repairs. During his earlier observation of the array-based platform, he had managed to memorize all of the array diagrams. As such, the reason he had said those words to Yi Hen was due to his deep interest in the sealed world. This sealed world was the absolute secret of Thousand Leaves sect, and only a handful of people per generation would know about it, while the rest were not privy to this secret. There should definitely be some good stuff present within such a sealed world. Therefore, Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore around and see if he could obtain any good opportunities. Furthermore, according to what Yi Jinghan had mentioned before, there was a place called Emperor Heaven Valley located within this sealed world, an exceptional place where comprehending the heavenly ways and Emperor intent were much easier. If Tao Source Realm cultivators were able to successfully comprehend these, it would be extremely useful for them when they tried to break through to the Emperor Realm. How could Yang Kai miss out on such an opportunity? Finding materials was just an excuse. Clearly, Yi Hen also knew this. Nevertheless, he did not have even the slightest hesitation. On the contrary, he quickly pulled out a yellowed beast skin map. Handing it to Yang Kai, he said, "You don't have to mention it, young Master Yang. This Yi was already prepared to hand this map to you." Taking it, Yang Kai only shot a cursory glance at it to know that it was the genuine article before putting it in his space ring. I'll have to thank young Master Yang for your trouble, Yihen said in a solemn tone as he cupped his hands. Yang Kai replied, I'll try my best. After saying those words, his body flickered, before he shot straight towards the top of the array-based platform and proceeded to take a seat. In the next instant, space principles suddenly rippled out, surrounding his body from all directions. In a split second, the space within a 30-meter-wide sphere around Yang Kai collapsed abruptly, causing minuscule jet-black void cracks to appear like a school of fish swimming randomly. The expressions of Yi Hen and Yi Jinghan changed drastically, as both of them could sense how dangerous these void cracks were. Retreating backwards, shock filled their faces as they stared in front of themselves. These are space principles? Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes went wide as she cried out in amazement. She attempted to sense exactly what was happening through the void cracks but was still unable to sense anything at all, despite how hard she tried. The only thing she could sense was the mysterious principles that were continuously surrounding Yang Kai's body, preventing her from gaining even the slightest bit of comprehension. Yi Hen sighed in admiration. Cultivators who have mastered the Tao of space are universally recognized to be the hardest cultivators to catch within the star boundary. I never imagined that young Master Yang would actually have such a level of mastery over space principles. One day, he might even be able to reach the peak of the martial Tao through the Tao of space. Yi Jinghan's petite body shook as she looked incredulously at her father, seemingly unable to comprehend why her father would give Yang Kai such high praise. Nevertheless, she gave it a thought. Before meeting Yang Kai, had she ever seen such an extraordinary Tao source realm cultivator? Being in the same cultivation realm, she naturally knew what a Tao source realm's level of strength was supposed to be. However, Yang Kai's strength was so completely off the charts compared to the norm. Most Tao source realm cultivators were so weak before him that it was laughable, just like infants trying to compare to an adult. Even those third-order Tao source realm masters could not match up to him. On the contrary, she had seen Yang Kai easily kill a number of such masters. Every single one of the legendary masters that ruled between the heavens and earth was astonishing during their youths and were leaders of the masses. Wasn't Yang Kai also the same? Perhaps, in the future, he might really achieve what her Lord Father had said, reaching the apex of the martial Tao, with his name shocking the entire star boundary. Thinking about that, Yi Jinghan could not help but let her body shake with the emotions surging out from her heart. That was because she was able to get to know Yang Kai during his youth, and had a chance to properly recognize the growth and rise of this legendary figure. Despite how her relationship with him wasn't close at all, she still felt proud to witness it. Wang, just as Yi Jinghan was lost in her nonsensical thoughts, a peculiar sound suddenly rang out from the void. As it did so, her face instantly turned pale, as she noticed that the surrounding space had completely solidified in an instant, making it appear as though she had been frozen up within a block of ice. Not only did it become hard to breathe, she discovered that the circulation of source qi within her body had also turned sluggish. Turning her head around, she noticed that her father seemed to be in a similar condition to her, his expression turning labored as he resisted against the pressure coming from the surrounding space principles. Just as anxiety flooded her heart and mind, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. With a solemn look on his face, he extended his hands out towards the space before him. Under Yi Jinghan's gaze, Yang Kai's hands disappeared in the most peculiar way, as though they had pierced through space and entered another dimension. A look of strain appeared on Yang Kai's face as he seemed to be trying to pry his hands apart as he gave a loud roar. Chi 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 chi. As Yang Kai acted, a larger jet-black void crack suddenly appeared before him, before an exceedingly fear-inducing aura gushed out from within, brimming with so much chaotic power that it appeared to devour everything around it. A void corridor. Yi Hen cried out in shock, his eyes locked on to that jet-black crack while incomparable shock filled his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic void crack. Clearly sensing the magnitude of danger posed by such a crack, he was instantly stunned by what he was witnessing. Under Yang Kai's hard work, the void crack continued to grow in size, before quickly becoming a passageway one could squeeze through. The passageway connected into the chaotic void, appearing to extend all the way to the ends of the earth. Is this a void corridor? Yi Jinghan cried out softly, her hand covering her mouth. Although she had used space arrays quite a few times to traverse between places, and knew that void corridors were the connecting structures between space arrays, she had never witnessed one with her own eyes before. This was a genuine first for her. Although Yi Hen was also exceedingly shocked by what he was seeing, he continued to lock his gaze on the void corridor, seemingly wanting to comprehend something from it. It was not an easy opportunity to personally see a void corridor, especially one that was forced open by a person, as the formation lesions were conspicuous. It would benefit him immeasurably if he was able to comprehend anything from it. However, regardless of how he tried, he was still unable to understand anything from those fluctuating space principles, causing him to feel exceedingly frustrated. At this point in time, Yang Kai had already stood up, and with a flicker, moved right into the middle of the void corridor. Right as he disappeared, the void corridor seemed to have lost the power that was supporting it and immediately started to close. Worried looks were present on the father and daughter, as they did not know whether Yang Kai would be able to traverse smoothly to the other side, or whether he would become lost in the void, never to find his way out again. Within the void corridor, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. The chaotic space rushed towards him from all directions, but it was repelled by a mysterious power radiating from his body, rendering it incapable of hurting him. Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space had long surpassed his accomplishments during his earlier years. It had already seeped into the depths of his bones. Therefore, this trivial chaotic turbulence was utterly incapable of doing anything to him. At this moment, the only thing that he had some trouble with was finding the exit to the sealed world. Although the two arrays were faintly connected, the array in the sealed world had been damaged for an unknown amount of time. Therefore, Yang Kai could only somewhat make out the direction of this void corridor but was unable to confirm it with absolute certainty. Within the void corridor, he could only follow along the faint connection to lead the way as he hurried along. Fortunately, as time went by, the connection grew increasingly clear, allowing Yang Kai to confirm that he was heading the right way. After traveling for who knows how long, Yang Kai suddenly stopped at a certain spot. Sending his divine sense out, he mumbled, "This should be it." Saying those words, he moved the space principles around him once again. Slowly extending his hands out, he reached into the chaotic void before him. Ripples formed as his hands traveled forward, before the chaotic void seemed to turn tranquil, like a crumpled sheet of paper being pulled straight from all directions. As Yang Kai pulled his hands apart, a sliver of light suddenly appeared before him. Yang Kai's brow rose up. Knowing that his senses were right, he proceeded to greatly increase the strength he was exerting. After a short while, a crack was pulled apart by Yang Kai once again. Yang Kai was able to faintly make out a myriad of landscapes from the void crack, leaving him feeling ecstatic. Not hesitating any longer, he proceeded to jump straight into the void crack. After a faint feeling of weightlessness, Yang Kai quickly stabilized himself. When his field of view was restored, he discovered that he had already entered another world. The world energy here was exceedingly dense, to the point that it was not any inferior to his sealed world bead. In fact, the world energy here was actually showing signs of forming into mist. Anyone who saw it would sigh in admiration. Due to the density of world energy, the vegetation here grew extremely well, with dense and luscious plants covering the entire landscape. The place where Yang Kai appeared just so happened to be above an array-based platform. This array-based platform was identical to the one Yang Kai had seen in the mountain valley situated within Thousand Leaves Sect's illusion array. Clearly, it had been constructed by the same person and was the connecting piece to the other array-based platform. However, due to countless years of neglect, the whole array-based platform was now covered with vegetation, which had caused some obvious damage to it. Looking at this array-based platform, Yang Kai knew that he had arrived at the right place. This should be the Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world, and was the foundation behind the flourishing grandeur the Thousand Leaves Sect had managed to reach thousands of years ago. At the same time, it was also the reason behind the decline of the current Thousand Leaves Sect. Yang Kai extended his hand to touch the array-based platform. A scorching power started to perfuse out, quickly burning all of the vegetation into a crisp, revealing the platform in its entirety. Extending his divine sense, Xianxia examined the platform to determine the underlying problem that had resulted in the broken connection between the two arrays. Not long after, he seemed to have made some discoveries that left him sighing as a result. Although the reason wasn't far off from his expectations, it still somewhat exceeded it. Xianxia discovered that there was a sword scar that had cleaved through the entire array-based platform, including the array diagrams carved into it. It was precisely due to the damage suffered by those few array diagrams that the entire array-based platform stopped working. What happened? Xianxia could not help but become suspicious. According to what Yi Jinghan had said before, the reason behind the Thousand Leaves sect's gradual decline was due to the sudden closure of this sealed world. However, merely the closure of a sealed world would not have caused the Thousand Leaves sect to fall to their current state. The critical point to note was that when the sealed world's entrance was lost, the Thousand Leaves sect master was in the sealed world, and had brought along the majority of the sect's secret arts and techniques. This resulted in the severance of the Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance, hence leading to their gradual decline. Currently, the Thousand Leaves sect was unable to even control the Earth-grade puppets in their possession, leaving them no choice but to let the puppets weather the elements in the open space before the main palace. Originally, Xianxia had assumed that it was just an unlucky coincidence that the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation happened to be in the sealed world when its entrance was lost. He had never expected the actual events to differ so much from his conjectures. The array-based platform in the sealed world had been destroyed by someone, and from the precision of the scar left on it, it was definitely a conscious decision by the attacker. They did not cause wanton destruction, only leaving a scar on the array-based platform that severed its connection with the other array. Paired with the information he had obtained from Yi Jinghan, Xianxia was certain this sword mark was the result of that generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. Furthermore, he did not become trapped here due to the sudden closure of the space array. Instead, with the intent of staying here and not getting disturbed by anyone, he had gone so far as to destroy the world-crossing space array. Why did he bring the majority of the Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and techniques here with him? Could it be that he was comprehending some kind of secret technique and did not want to be disturbed by others? A look of confusion covered Xianxia's face. If that was the case, everything would make sense. The sword scar on this array-based platform was not deep. However, it just so happened to be able to sever the connection between the two worlds. With the adequate materials, anyone with sufficient ability should be able to repair it. If it was the sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect at the time, he would be at least in the Emperor realm. In fact, it might even be possible that he was a third-order Emperor realm master. Even if he had damaged this array-based platform, he definitely wouldn't be worried about being unable to repair it back to working condition. But what kind of secret technique was he cultivating to go to the extent of cutting off all methods to access a place like this? Even after pondering about it for a great deal of time, Xianxia was unable to come up with a plausible explanation, leaving him no choice but to shake his head and sigh. Not rushing to repair the sword scar on the array-based platform, Xianxia retrieved the map Yihen had given him earlier and took a look at it. As this sealed world wasn't large, approximately the same size as his small sealed world, the map didn't appear complicated. Nevertheless, the world energy present here was exceedingly outstanding, a clear indication of the existence of an outstanding Earth vein. If he were able to repair the array and reconnect the Thousand Leaves sect with this sealed world, the world energy here would be free for the Thousand Leaves sect to use. When that happened, there would be a gargantuan change in the cultivation environment for the Thousand Leaves sect disciples. With clear indications present on the map, Xianxia quickly found where the Emperor Heaven Valley was located. After a short while, Xianxia kept the map, summoned his flying boat, and started heading in that direction. As he traveled, Xianxia could not contain his excitement, stopping time after time to fly down to the ground. That was because there were plenty of precious herbs present in this sealed world. The fact that this place had been undisturbed for 10,000 years, coupled with the exceedingly dense world energy, it meant that the Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world had naturally become an absolutely outstanding place for spirit grasses and medicines to grow and flourish. Many precious spirit grasses had grown into large patches, perfusing the air with their medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai didn't even need to spend any time searching and only needed to fly down and harvest them. Furthermore, the spirit grasses and medicines here had already reached sufficient maturity. All of the herbs that Yang Kai had harvested were at least a few thousand years old in medicinal age, with some even reaching 10,000 years. Every single spirit grass or medicine was filled with rich medicinal properties, making them the best materials to use for alchemy. Yang Kai was all too happy to harvest them. Yi Hen might not have expected his sex-sealed world to contain so many precious herbs. If he had, he might have gone along with Yang Kai and not allowed Yang Kai to simply collect so many. Just these herbs alone were enough to double the wealth of the Thousand Leaves sect. All of the herbs along Yang Kai's path of travel ended up in his pockets. Moreover, this was just the tip of the iceberg that was this sealed world. If he did a detailed search, Yang Kai reckoned that he would no longer need to worry about lacking materials for alchemy in the future. Within the span of 2 days, Yang Kai had already filled the medicine garden in his sealed world bead to the brim. He even had no choice but to harvest some of the lesser-valued herbs from his small sealed world and store them in his space ring. The Thousand Leaves sect was sitting on a treasure trove but were incapable of unlocking it. If not, they wouldn't have fallen to their current state. Although they might not be able to rival the top few sects in the Southern Territory right away, as long as they had just one Emperor Realm Master assuming command, they would be able to deter all the other second-class forces from bullying them. Currently, the greatest weakness of Thousand Leaves sect was the lack of any Emperor Realm Masters among their ranks. This was also the greatest hurdle faced by the majority of the second-class forces in the star boundary. After all, there were too few emperors. After another day of travel, a gigantic mountain valley suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. The mountain valley was beautiful and scenic, with strange and peculiar fragrances saturating the air. Before arriving, Yang Kai could already smell the fragrances of many different spirit grasses and medicines. After comparing the shape of this mountain valley to that of the Emperor Heaven Valley indicated on the map, Yang Kai gave a happy smile. Knowing that he had found the right location, he proceeded to increase his speed. A short while later, Yang Kai descended. Standing within the Emperor Heaven Valley, he started to focus his senses. Unfortunately, he could not help but feel awkward a moment later. Were they lying? Where is the Emperor Aura? The reason he had accepted Yi Jinghan's request to take the trip to the Thousand Leaves sect and repair their world-crossing space array was due to his interest in this Emperor Heaven Valley. He wished to cast a solid foundation for his future breakthrough to the Emperor Realm. After all, based on Yi Jinghan's description, this Emperor Heaven Valley was perfused with Emperor pressure and Emperor intent, making it the best location to comprehend the heavenly ways and martial Tao, as well as being the most important place in the Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Yang Kai had originally planned to remain here for a while to properly comprehend and reap the benefits that this place offered. However, upon arriving here, other than the dense medicinal fragrance in the air, there was not a single trace of Emperor intent. The Emperor Heaven Valley did not live up to its name at all, and it was utterly useless to Yang Kai. It was impossible for Yi Jinghan to have lied to him, though. Yang Kai was confident about that. Ever since they had become acquainted, he knew that she was always careful and respectful towards him. Therefore, how would it be possible for her to deceive him about something so important? The only plausible explanation would be that the Emperor Heaven Valley truly had Emperor intent present in it, but for some unknown reason, it had vanished. With 10,000 years of time, seas can change into lands and vice versa, so anything could happen. Yang Kai stood still and pondered over it for a while. Nevertheless, thinking about the many spirit grasses and medicines he had harvested, he did not suffer any losses from this trip. In fact, it was still a net benefit. As he thought about this, he no longer felt as annoyed as before. This mountain valley was perfused with strange fragrances, a clear indication of the many spirit grasses and medicines present. Since he had already arrived at this place, Yang Kai did not plan to suffer a loss, and started to scour the mountain valley. It did not take long for Yang Kai to obtain a great harvest. When he was plucking a dark red fruit from a tree half the height of a human, and was planning to shove it into his space ring, Yang Kai suddenly discovered something. Sending his divine sense out, he proceeded to investigate the fruit in detail. After an instant, he could not help but feel slightly surprised. This was a fruit that he recognized, a Tao source-grade high-rank spirit fruit, the vermilion bird fruit. It was the main ingredient in the refining of the meridian cleansing pill. After consuming this pill, a cultivator would be able to cleanse their meridians, allowing their qi to become purer than before. Yang Kai would not have been surprised just from this discovery. Rather, it was precisely due to him sensing a clear sliver of the principal strength in this fruit that caught him by surprise. Despite how high-ranking a Tao source-grade spirit fruit was, it couldn't contain any trace of principal strength. This left him in deep shock. After another round of detailed investigations, Yang Kai discovered the principal strength present within this vermilion bird fruit had already coalesced and was giving off a faint emperor intent. Yang Kai's eyebrows suddenly shot up as his eyes sparkled, mumbling, "Could it be?" Appearing to have thought of something, he hastily retrieved all of the spirit grasses and medicines he had harvested from his space ring and proceeded to inspect them in detail. After an incense's worth of time, Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding, as he finally realized exactly what had happened to this place. A long time ago, there was indeed a dense emperor intent present within this Emperor Heaven Valley, where cultivators could come here to cultivate and gain comprehension, thereby forging a foundation for their future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. However, after 10,000 years, the Emperor intent present here had been completely absorbed by the spirit grasses and medicines that were growing here. All of the Emperor intent had fused together with them, no longer being able to be separated. All of the spirit grasses and medicines he had harvested in this mountain valley were just like the vermilion bird fruit earlier, containing Emperor intent within them. Contrary to this, the few herbs he had harvested before coming here did not possess this unique trait. One glance gave Yang Kai the confirmation he needed. After understanding this, Yang Kai could not help but feel excited. Spirit grasses and medicines that contained Emperor intent. He hadn't even heard of such a thing, not to mention the possibility of such a phenomenon occurring. If these herbs were refined into spirit pills, those pills would definitely contain the Emperor intent within them. When consumed, they would allow a cultivator an opportunity to comprehend the power of principal strength. This method was much more effective than trying to comprehend Emperor intent while cultivating in the Emperor Heaven Valley because that method of comprehension was classified as external comprehension, while internal comprehension was a method where one would comprehend Emperor intent through the ingestion of spirit pills. With every single cell and meridian absorbing Emperor intent from the inside, a cultivator's sensitivity and comprehension efficiency would increase dramatically. Only a unique place like this Emperor Heaven Valley could give birth to such unique spirit grasses and medicines. Yang Kai could imagine that, if the pills refined from these herbs were to circulate around the star boundary, they would incite a blood-frenzied competition among third-order Tao Source Realm cultivators. With the pills' medicinal efficacies relegated to being a secondary concern, just the Emperor intent and the principal strength would be considered. Naturally, it would be sought after by third-order Tao Source Realm cultivators incapable of breaking through their realm, as the principal strength was the most important thing they would need to comprehend to enhance their strength. Great excitement filled Yang Kai's heart, as he quietly felt that the greatest reward he had gained in this trip was the herbs harvested within the Emperor Heaven Valley. Without any further hesitation, he immediately started his intense harvesting. He decided to not let a single spirit grass go. Anything that had reached maturity would be harvested whole. Although the mountain valley was not large, the lack of human contact for 10,000 years, coupled with the nourishment from the dense world energy, led to the growth of numerous spirit grasses and medicines. Searching thoroughly, Yang Kai toiled for a day's worth of time before finally managing to clean out the entire mountain valley. All of the spirit grasses and medicines had been harvested by him. For the sake of distinguishing these herbs from those that he had harvested earlier, Yang Kai made special note of the locations he had kept them, all in preparation to refine them into pills as quickly as possible once this matter was over. With all those Emperor intent-infused spirit grasses and medicines already harvested, Yang Kai was now worried that the Emperor intent within them would gradually dissipate away if he did not refine them as quickly as possible. Sister Hua would be very interested in those spirit pills. With their aid, her breakthrough to the Emperor realm would definitely speed up substantially. A day later, Yang Kai stood before a mountain cave, a serious expression present on his face. While harvesting the spirit grasses and medicines growing within the Emperor Heaven Valley, he had discovered this mountain cave. Nevertheless, he did not do a detailed inspection of it, waiting till he had harvested all of the herbs before once again focusing on it. This mountain cave seemed to be naturally formed. However, with his acute senses, Yang Kai discovered that it showed traces of having been artificially remodeled, though the person who did so was exceedingly proficient. Coupled with the passing of time, it was not easy for anyone to spot these traces. This mountain cave could have been remodeled by the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who had come here to cultivate 10,000 years ago. In any case, Yang Kai could sense a dangerous aura radiating from within a mountain cave. He could instinctually sense that something incredible was hidden within this mountain cave. However, he did not even discover the existence of a single monster beast while traveling around this place. Therefore, he wasn't too worried. This sealed world wasn't too large. Furthermore, being the place for the Thousand Leaves sect disciples to cultivate, there definitely wouldn't be any life-threatening dangers present. Therefore, after just a slight moment of hesitation, he headed into the mountain cave. The interior of the mountain cave was perfused with a dusky glow. Luminous stones were inlaid along the two walls, though they had lost their effectiveness throughout the years. The surrounding air did not appear turbid, and in fact, was extremely dry and hot. Not long after entering the mountain cave, Yang Kai's nose suddenly wrinkled as he smelt something strange coming from up ahead. This was not a pleasant fragrance, but rather something putrid and rotting, like dead fish. This caused a wrinkle to form on his forehead. According to normal reasoning, with the density of world energy in this place, any living creature present here would be able to grow exceedingly well, making it impossible for such a smell to develop. As this thought appeared in his mind, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something wasn't right. In the next instant, his vision turned blurry while he seemed to be floating as he walked forwards, which led to him stumbling about. Poison! Gasping in shock, Yang Kai hastily pushed his source chi to protect his body while simultaneously removing a fruit from his space ring and shoving it down his throat. This fruit was an emperor-grade spirit fruit that had exorbitant value, and it was harvested by him in this place. However, at this instant, Yang Kai could not care that much. This mountain cave had greatly piqued his interest, so if he wanted to continue investigating it, he had no choice but to devour this spirit fruit to resist the poison. With the spirit fruit entering his body, reinforced by the protection of his source chi, Yang Kai felt much better, allowing him to continue walking forward. As he headed deeper, the awful smell grew increasingly conspicuous. Not only that, the poison present in the air grew increasingly potent. Yang Kai knew that he would not be able to endure much longer. He couldn't tell just what this poison was, as even he was somewhat helpless against it. Furthermore, this was just its gaseous form. Wouldn't he be killed if he came into contact with its concentrated liquid form? Therefore, he silently decided that he would immediately retreat if he did not discover anything within a short while. However, just as he made that decision, he noticed a sliver of light glimmering not far away. This caused a shock to ripple through his face as he instinctively increased his speed. After a short while, Yang Kai abruptly arrived at an even bigger mountain cave. A sparkling luminous stone was inlaid on the interior of this mountain cave, and despite the years, it still gave off light, illuminating the interior of the cave. Looking around, Yang Kai quickly focused on a certain location, before subconsciously drawing a sharp breath. Up ahead, he discovered an emancipated corpse in a seated position. Clearly, this person had been dead for an extremely long time, as there was not a single trace of life present on the corpse. Even the flesh had withered to an incredible state, causing the corpse to appear to be merely skin and bone. The eye sockets had sunken in, the hair was messy and dulled, appearing just like dried grass. Nevertheless, the clothing on the corpse was somewhat familiar to Yang Kai's eyes. After a while, Yang Kai realized that it seemed to be similar to the robes that Yi Hen was wearing. This caused him to raise his brow as he came to a sudden realization about the identity of the dead person before him. This fellow was obviously the previous sect master of Thousand Leaves sect that had entered the sealed world that year. It was precisely this person that had taken the majority of Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and techniques and entered this place, resulting in the severing of Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance. It was definitely also this man who destroyed the array-based platform within the sealed world, causing the entrance to close. This person was the main perpetrator behind the decline of the Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai didn't know exactly why this person had done such things. However, since he had already died, there was no point in pursuing his reasons. Furthermore, Yang Kai was not a member of the Thousand Leaves sect, so he simply had no need to do such a thing. He had made this trip into the sealed world for the sole purpose of repairing the array-based platform. Being able to discover the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect from 10,000 years ago was just a coincidence. Considering all of this, Yang Kai cupped his fists. Forgive this junior for accidentally intruding on senior's resting place. After saying that, he took a step forward. No one knew what this Thousand Leaves sect senior was doing before his death. However, Yang Kai discovered a gigantic and exceedingly mysterious spirit array outline beneath his corpse. On top of that, there was a substantial pile of ores and other strange and peculiar artifact refining materials laying by his side. These materials were extremely rare and valuable, of Dao source grade at the very least, with quite a few actually being of Emperor grade. Any artifact refiner would go crazy in delight if they were to witness this. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't react much to this discovery. Regardless of how valuable those materials were, they would be devoured and refined by his embodiment, so quantity was the only thing he was concerned about. Without any courtesy, he walked up and quickly gathered all of the materials on the ground before tossing them into his small sealed world for his embodiment to consume at leisure. After doing so, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the space ring present on the corpse's finger. This person was definitely an Emperor Realm Master before his death, and was extremely likely to be a third-order Emperor. Furthermore, he was also the Thousand Leaves sect's sect master. Therefore, how could there not be anything valuable in that space ring? If Yang Kai's guess was right, the Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and techniques would definitely be stored within this ring. Yang Kai was still rather interested in the various secret arts and techniques of the Thousand Leaves sect. After all, the Tao of puppetry was a domain that he had little knowledge of. Furthermore, these things were right in front of his eyes, so Yang Kai was naturally drawn to them. However, he had also made the decision to only observe and comprehend these things for a short while before bringing them out to hand to Yi Hen. He did not have the intention of hoarding them for himself. With these considerations, Yang Kai proceeded to focus and extended his hand to grab at the space ring on the corpse's finger. However, right at that instant, his heart suddenly clenched as an exceedingly strong sense of unease surged through his entire body. This caused all of the hairs on Yang Kai's body to stand on end, and he subconsciously leapt back, increasing the distance between him and the corpse. In the next instant, his eyes narrowed as he witnessed a harrowing scene. Right at that moment, the spirit array beneath the corpse suddenly hummed while bursting with dazzling radiance, as though it had been activated for some unknown reason. In the next instant, various runes started to surface on the body of the corpse, followed by array lines, creating a mysterious spirit array pattern. As this happened, the withered surface of the corpse started to be suffused with a metallic luster. Honk! The array on the ground began to rotate while sounds akin to bones cracking rang out, before the corpse's eyes, which had been closed for countless years, snapped open. The eyes gleamed with a dark green luster, appearing just like two clumps of ghostly fire, causing fear in anyone who saw them. The powerful aura of an Emperor Realm Master suddenly erupted from the corpse, bearing down on Yang Kai and smashing into him like a solid wall. Yang Kai felt as though a giant mountain was squashing down on his chest, inciting a feeling of suffocation in him. He knew that something wasn't right. It was very likely that this corpse, which had been dead for countless years, possessed sentience, and had become an existence akin to a corpse spirit. In the past, he had come across a similar type of monster on Shadowed Star. At that time, when the corpse spirit race had revealed themselves and created chaos throughout Shadowed Star, countless cultivators had been infected by their corpse poison, turning them into one of their own. In the end, it was Yang Kai who had gone all out to counter the desperate situation and managed to kill the main perpetrator of the entire incident. However, the strongest existence within the corpse spirit race at that time was just a 1,000-year corpse general whose cultivation was merely peak origin returning realm. There was utterly no way to compare it to the existence that was present before his eyes. The existence before Xianxia was a genuine 10,000-year corpse king. Furthermore, it was an emperor realm 10,000-year corpse king. The emperor intent radiating from it was something that definitely could not be faked. Just thinking about it caused cold sweat to drench Xianxia's entire body. Knowing that his current situation wasn't optimistic, he no longer dared to hesitate. Moving the space principles around him, he hastily retreated out of the cave. In the next instant, his body turned blurry. However, before he could flee from the mountain cave, the seated corpse king opened its mouth and let off a piercing shriek. The shriek was perfused with some kind of unique power, and as it traveled in all directions, it transformed the entire surrounding area into a sealed space. Xianxia's body turned stiff, causing his blurry figure to reappear. His expression changed drastically. Knowing that his teleportation had been unexpectedly defeated, how could he dare to show any neglect? The only thing he could do was to rush out as quickly as he could. A chilling gleam burst forth from the ghostly eyes of the corpse king as it locked onto Xianxia. Opening its mouth, a verdant-colored aura suddenly shot out from within. Corpse poison! Xianxia gasped in shock. Finally, he understood exactly what the awful smell that had perfused the entire mountain cave was. This smell clearly originated from the corpse king's corpse poison. However, that smell was a result of just a sliver of it leaking out from its body. Just a slight leak was already enough to cause Xianxia to show signs of being poisoned and causing his vision to turn blurry. So the mouthful launched by the corpse king would definitely result in his death if he were to carelessly breathe it in. As his heart was filled up with fear, Xianxia did not dare to take any breaths as he unleashed the full might of his source chi to form a barrier around his body, all while retreating like an arrow. Despite his swift actions, though, the corpse poison was also not one bit slower, chasing after him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to him, smashing against the source chi that was protecting his body. A piercing crack rang out as a large hole was formed in Xianxia's protective source chi, causing it to melt like a snowflake under the scorching sun. Unexpectedly, it was unable to offer an ounce of resistance against the corpse poison, which proceeded to drill through the gaping hole that had formed. It possesses such potent corrosive strength? Xianxia was utterly incapable of believing what he was seeing. Faced with such a dangerous situation, his eyes opened wider as he extended his hand. Pushing the surrounding space principles to their limits, he shouted out, "Exile!" As he did so, something similar to a black hole appeared before him, devouring all of the corpse poison that was hurtling towards him. Continuing to move, Xianxia rushed out of the mountain cave, returning to the mountain valley. However, before he could catch his breath, a bestial roar resounded from the mountain cave before the vilest and most ruthless aura unleashed by the corpse king rushed out from within. The entire mountain shook as the sounds of falling and crumbling stones proceeded to ring out from within. "What kind of grudge do you have with me?" Xianxia complained out loud with a bitter look on his face, as he knew that he was in serious trouble. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have entered the mountain cave to investigate, leading to him provoking such a monster. There was no need to fight. Xianxia knew that he would absolutely be unable to match up against this foe. The only plan he had right now was to flee back to the sealed world space array as fast as he could, repair it, and flee from here. Only then would he be able to survive this ordeal. However, it would take time to repair the platform, despite his deep achievements in the Tao of space. The time it would take him just to refine the materials to patch the gouge left by the sword on the array base would be enough for this corpse king to kill him 100 times over. That was a corpse king formed from the corpse of a third-order emperor realm master. Xianxia was totally clueless as to how much strength it could unleash. With a loud bang, the corpse king rushed out of the mountain cave. Spirit array patterns continued to swirl on the surface of its body as a strange radiance blossomed from it. With a flicker, it appeared right in front of Xianxia. Revealing its fangs that gleamed with a chilling radiance, it sent a fierce punch towards him. Yang Kai's face was instantly drained of color as he sensed the terrifying might contained within the incoming fist. Being too late to evade it, he had no other choice but to summon his myriad sword. Sending his source chi into it, he shouted, "Myriad sword arts. One man as a mountain." This was the myriad sword's strongest defensive sword technique. Having displayed it a few times, Yang Kai naturally knew how formidable it was. A series of sword silhouettes blossomed as it left afterimages in the air, transforming into a strong and resilient defense in front of Yang Kai. The countless sword chi blades composed a fortified wall, blocking the dangerous punch hurtling towards Yang Kai. As the Corpse King's fist struck, Yang Kai's all-out sword barrier was shattered like a thin piece of paper, completely incapable of withstanding the incoming strike. An unimaginable force continued smashing over, causing Yang Kai to feel as though a large mountain was descending on him. Against this level of power, his second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation was as puny as an ant. "I'm going to die." Such a thought popped up within Yang Kai's heart. Regardless of how tough or resilient his physical body was, regardless of how vigorous his source chi was, he would die without a doubt if he received this punch, and his life would be over in an instant. This was just an instinctive reaction, but Yang Kai believed it with absolute certainty. With his life hanging precariously in the balance, Yang Kai forcefully warped the surrounding space principles, shifting his position just a slight bit backwards, thereby evading the center of the punch's impact zone. It wasn't because he didn't want to shift himself further to completely evade the incoming punch, but rather that he was powerless against the suppression of his enemy's emperor pressure, with this action being the limit of what he could achieve at this very instant. An explosive boom rang out as the surrounding space collapsed. Cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as his ribs snapped, while his entire body was sent flying through the air, blood spewing out of his mouth as his aura declined drastically. With a bang, Yang Kai smashed onto the ground. Despite that, he hastily got back up, his hands clutching his chest as a pained look covered his face. Just a single exchange was enough for him to know how freakishly strong this Corpse King was. If his enemy decided to chase after him and launch another attack, it would absolutely multiply the despair he faced in his current situation. Nevertheless, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved that the Corpse King had remained at its original position after launching that punch, no longer moving. The ghostly fire orb-like eyes continued to flicker while the expression on its face started to fluctuate, giving it an exceedingly malevolent and terrifying appearance. What is going on? Although Yang Kai didn't understand what it was doing, this was something that he desperately hoped to see. He immediately proceeded to take out recovery spirit pills from his space ring and tossed them into his mouth, taking this critical opportunity to stabilize his condition. He did not dare to make any reckless moves for fear of provoking the Corpse King and thereby ruining this essential break for his recovery. While adjusting his breathing, he also took the time to observe the actions of the Corpse King. He discovered that the corpse poison spewing out from the Corpse King started to disperse out in all directions after its exit from the mountain cave. Upon contact with the corpse poison, the vegetation within this mountain valley, which had existed here for countless of years, all started to wither and die. This was clear evidence of how toxic the corpse poison was. Nevertheless, Yang Kai managed to notice something strange, which was that the 10,000-year Corpse King didn't seem to possess any consciousness. This was something that he could not fathom. Even the trivial 100-year corpse soldiers that he had encountered in the past on Shadowed Star had already possessed sentience and were capable of independent thought. However, this Corpse King didn't, despite having existed for thousands of years. Furthermore, the spirit arrays on the surface of its body were exceedingly conspicuous and, coupled with the golden luster radiating from its withered body, it was an exceedingly strange sight to behold. As he continued to observe, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly snapped wide open as a hair-raising thought suddenly flashed through his mind that caused him to cry out in shock. A corpse puppet? Although Yang Kai had not done much research into the Tao of puppetry, having cultivated for so many years, he had more or less heard about corpse puppets before. Generally speaking, various kinds of precious treasures and special methods were needed for the refining of puppets. The puppets that guarded the main palace of Thousand Leaves sect, as well as those that Xianxia had encountered in the flowing time temple, were all produced in this fashion. However, there was another type of puppet that did not require the use of such precious treasures, instead using the bodies of cultivators as their base material. The bodies of powerful cultivators were the best materials for the refining of powerful puppets. The intricacy of the human body, their powerful cultivations and wills before death, were all traits that were difficult for normal precious treasures to replicate. Some evil cultivators were exceedingly fond of using the bodies of powerful masters to refine puppets that would heed their every call. Furthermore, after being refined into puppets, they could retain the majority of their cultivations and abilities from before their deaths, granting them exceedingly powerful combat strength. Such evil cultivators were extremely fond of plundering the graves of masters, as every corpse they obtained would boost their strength. It was precisely because of this reason that those cultivators were detested and abhorred no matter where they went. The art of refining corpse puppets was also regarded as the most forbidden of forbidden techniques, knowledge that one should absolutely not dip their fingers into. However, despite that, it was impossible to eradicate it entirely. Regardless of time and place, there would always be some who were willing to commit the most heinous of deeds under heaven and defy the natural order of things to gain strength. Xianxia had never imagined that there would actually be such people in a sect like Thousand Leaves sect that would have attempted corpse puppet refining. It was one thing for this corpse king to not have any consciousness at all. However, the critical factor was the spirit arrays present across its body. These arrays, coupled with the golden luster radiating from its body, would make it instantly identifiable as a corpse puppet that someone had refined. Furthermore, it was an Emperor Realm corpse puppet. What kind of person would refine the body of such a powerful cultivator into a corpse puppet without a single shred of sentience? Xianxia was utterly incapable of recovering from the shock that was rocking his heart. However, he quickly realized that something wasn't right. According to what Yihen had said, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation had entered the sealed world by himself, before the entrance was closed. From those words, that meant that there was no one except for the sect master present within the sealed world during that point in time countless years ago. Xianxia had also not discovered any traces of the existence of a second person. Furthermore, with that past generation's Thousand Leaves sect master being a third-order Emperor Realm master, who possessed such terrifyingly powerful capabilities to refine him into a corpse puppet. Could it be that he refined himself into a puppet? Xianxia was instantly frightened when this thought flashed through his mind. If that was truly the case, that would mean that the previous generation's Thousand Leaves sect master had already reached an incredible height in the Tao of puppetry, while also possessing a level of determination and far surpassed normal masters. After all, just the thought of refining oneself into a puppet would cause horror and fear to gush out of people's hearts. Furthermore, exactly how much pain and suffering would one need to bear throughout the entire refining process? Although this was just his guess, Xianxia felt that he was not far from the truth. Just as he was overwhelmed by his thoughts, the corpse puppet, which had remained still with a fluctuating expression on its face, suddenly turned its head towards the direction of Xianxia, a chilling glow beaming out of its ghostly fire orb-like eyes. Xianxia immediately knew that his situation had worsened, as his enemy seemed to have broken out of whatever was restraining it and was about to hunt and kill him. Before he could digest that thought, the corpse puppet had already appeared right before him with a flicker. In the next instant, a terrifying fist came towards Xianxia. Xianxia felt as though his life was flashing before him. Despite not possessing any sentience, resulting in its exceedingly simple and unchanging way of combat using its fists to strike its targets, just a single punch from the corpse puppet, with its overwhelming strength, was more than what Xianxia could contend against. The ferocity of that fist perfectly displayed the might of an Emperor Realm master. Swirls of energy visible to the naked eye accompanied this fist, seemingly wanting to tear the surrounding space apart and collapse the entire world. Xianxia's scalp turned numb as he roared, "Dragon transformation!" In the next instant, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out as a dazzling golden phantom of a dragon surfaced behind him. With a shake of its head and swish of its tail, the golden dragon rushed into his body. Cracking sounds rang out while Xianxia's arms turned to dragon-like claws, while the outer surface of his body was covered to the brim with dragon scales. Not only that, with a sharp tearing sound, a pure dragon aura gushed out from his backbone as it lengthened abruptly, as though he had turned into a large dragon and was attempting to take to the skies. Xianxia had unleashed his dragon transformation secret technique to its utmost limits. Having refined the 3 dragon artifacts, a dragon scale, dragon bone, and dragon bead, supplemented with his already incredibly powerful flesh body, Xianxia's current strength immediately skyrocketed. Not yet done. While he was unleashing his dragon transformation, Xianxia had also summoned his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. In a breath, a 5-colored radiance blossomed, as the power of the 5 elements gushed out. Crossing his arms before his body, he entered into a defensive stance. Xianxia absolutely did not dare to launch any attacks, as he felt that he was just like a small wooden boat shaking before the roaring storm that was the powerful might of his enemy. Any howling wind or large wave could send him capsizing and drowning as a result. Hong. As the corpse puppet's punch made contact, Xianxia felt as though he was struck by lightning as his entire body shook. Cracking sounds rang out from his arms as they were snapped and bent into unnatural shapes. At the same time, his body was sent flying by the massive force, adding to his pre-existing injuries. All of these happened even after he had unleashed his dragon transformation and 5 elements indestructible sword qi to its utmost limit. If he had not prepared defensively against the punch, Xianxia reckoned that he would have already been turned into dust. He was experiencing firsthand just how powerful the corpse puppet before him was. As he flew through the air, Xianxia forcefully suppressed the pain ripping through his body and roared out between his clenched teeth, "Come out!" With his roar, a massive mountain-like figure descended from the sky, sending an explosive boom as it landed on the ground, shaking the earth in a flurry as it did so. The embodiment had entered the stage. His appearance was so sudden that he did not even know exactly where he was, or what kind of danger Xianxia had gotten into. However, in the next instant, his giant body turned stiff as he could sense the vile aura radiating from the body of the corpse puppet. The might of this aura was so powerful it almost made him lose the will to fight. Nevertheless, every single time he had been summoned was due to Xianxia encountering a strong foe, so he quickly managed to regain his senses and composure. Extending his hand into the void, he clenched it, catching the flying Xianxia. Cough, cough. Half kneeling on the embodiment's hand, Xianxia continued to cough out blood as his face grew paler by the second. Master! Appearing alongside the embodiment, Lu Yan's beautiful face instantly drained of all color upon seeing the miserable shape Xianxia was in. She immediately headed towards Xianxia and helped him up. What in the world is that thing? The embodiment's eyes were wide open as it stared at the problem, which was as small as an ant in his eyes, yet making him not dare to look down on it at all, to the point that his voice turned slightly shaky. A corpse puppet. Xianxia stood up and explained, "A third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet." What? Both the embodiment and Lu Yan cried out in shock, intense tremors rocking their souls. After being stunned for a while, the embodiment finally responded with a bitter tone. "How did you provoke such a monster?" "It's a long story." Xianxia's mouth twitched as he gave a reply. Shaking his arms, cracking sounds rang out as his broken arms were reconnected together. Lowering his head, he noticed that his hands had snapped apart at the wrists, clearly revealing the golden bones within. Just a single look was enough to tell him how formidable that corpse puppet's punch was. Fortunately, due to his dragon transformation secret technique and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art coming together to reinforce his flesh body, coupled with his originally powerful physique and golden blood, this level of injury wasn't able to hamper him. "It's coming!" All of a sudden, the embodiment shouted out. As those words left his mouth, the corpse puppet had already leapt up from its original position, rushed towards the embodiment, and sent a punch towards him. In terms of size, the corpse puppet was utterly dwarfed by the embodiment, just like a little stalk of grass before a large tree, so insignificant it was not even worth comparing. Nevertheless, the embodiment's expression remained solemn as he did not dare to underestimate the punch heading his way. Faced with such danger, He proceeded to launch a punch in response. The gigantic fist smashed against the puny figure, causing a heaven-shaking boom to ring out. Shockwaves caused by the powerful collision rippled out, kicking up chaotic winds in the process. The embodiment's mountain-sized body was sent flying backwards. He waved his hands and legs futilely in response, creating an exceedingly comical sight to behold. Nevertheless, the corpse puppet clearly did not end up unscathed after receiving the embodiment's punch head-on. Flying backwards at a faster speed than the embodiment, it smashed into the cliff wall behind and disappeared without a trace. After a split second, a loud bang rang out as a human-shaped hole was created on the cliff wall, with the corpse puppet present in the middle. Spiderwebs of cracks formed with it in the center, rocks crumbling and falling down as they spread outwards. Xianxia sucked in a mouth of cold air as he was utterly incapable of believing what he had just witnessed. He was all too clear of the embodiment's strength. The latter was born after fusing with an entire continent, and despite the continent not being very large in mass, it was still born from world energy and possessed its own source. In other words, every strike from the embodiment possessed the might of a world behind it. With his current realm of strength, the embodiment should be able to even kill Emperor Realm Masters with ease if they were to eat his strikes head-on. However, after taking his punch, the corpse puppet had actually not sustained too much damage, with the only result being sent smashing into the cliffside. Exactly how resilient was this corpse puppet body? Not only that, it had actually managed to send the embodiment flying with its punch. The strength it possessed was enough to destroy heaven and shatter the earth. Lu Yen, Xianxia shouted. Without needing any instructions from him, Lu Yen already knew what she needed to do. With a slight shake of her body, she immediately transformed into her firebird form. Flapping her wings, she hurtled towards the corpse puppet. Letting off a clear cry, she opened her mouth and exhaled a torrent of roaring flames towards the corpse puppet. The flames unleashed by Lu Yen were exceedingly powerful, being composed of her natal fire that had fused with the heavenly thunder fire, azure ice fire, sun's true fire, and even the divine spirit Luanfeng's world extinguishing black flames. Her flames were exceedingly dangerous. With that breath, the cliff face swiftly melted away, transforming into red-hot lava that emitted boiling hot gases as it flowed down. Although the embodiment's punch wasn't able to do anything to the corpse puppet, Lu Yan's flames had caused a considerable amount of damage to it, as a series of deep roars and cries quickly rang out from beneath the roaring flames. Quickly, angry howls started to ring out, before a dark green radiance blossomed within the intense flames and started to advance forwards. Xianxia was shocked by what he saw, as he realized that the corpse puppet had actually started to spew out corpse poison to defend against Lu Yan's intense flames. Not only that, it seemed to show signs of gaining an advantage. For a moment, the dark green corpse poison fought neck and neck against the fiery red flames as they collided in the air. Nevertheless, Xianxia knew that this was just a false hope. Once the corpse puppet managed to extricate itself, Lu Yen would not be able to contend against it. Although she had experienced many extraordinary encounters, there was still a disparity in strength between her and a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet, despite its lack of sentience. Xianxia was secretly breathing a sigh of relief that the corpse puppet did not possess any sentience. Otherwise, with its cultivation and the divine abilities mastered in its previous life, the three of them would definitely be incapable of contending with it at all. No, something is wrong. Xianxia's expression changed slightly after coming to a sudden realization. A genuine corpse puppet should possess some of the divine abilities and secret techniques from its previous life. However, ever since it had started to move, Xianxia had not seen this corpse puppet display any powerful moves at all. All of its attacks were either simple and straightforward punches or releasing corpse poison out when forced into a corner. He had yet to see it displaying the unique strengths of a corpse puppet. The corpse puppet before him seemed like a flawed product. Xianxia came to this sudden realization. In other words, this corpse puppet was unfinished, a failure that had not been refined to completion. Thinking more about it, Xianxia felt he was right on the dot. Regardless of a cultivator's strength, even if they were at the third-order Emperor realm, They couldn't endure all the pain and suffering from refining their body into a puppet. Even a slight change in refining conditions would cause the refining process to fail. Yang Kai guessed that the previous Thousand Leaves sect master was unable to finish the refining process, resulting in him becoming a failed product. Having considered all of these, a tremor shook through Yang Kai's mind. If this was a genuine third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet, he would have utterly no chance of obtaining victory. However, if it was a failure, a flawed product, it wasn't impossible to triumph. The only thing he needed to do now was to find and attack its weak spot. Considering all of this, Yang Kai hastily shouted out, "You two hold it down and buy some time for me." After saying that, Yang Kai immediately activated his demon eye of annihilation before taking a detailed look at the corpse puppet. Golden light blossomed from his left eye as everything came into view for him, enabling him to see the corpse puppet's inner workings and construction. Although Lu Yen and the embodiment did not know what Yang Kai was planning, they managed to glean some information from the tone Yang Kai had used. In the next instant, Lu Yen proceeded to unleash her flames at the corpse puppet without restraint to contend against its corpse poison. Jumping up, the embodiment stomped the ground. This time, he did not dare to rush directly at the corpse puppet. Instead, he proceeded to extend a fist towards the ground beneath and clench it tightly. In the next instant, earth principles started to fluctuate before the ground beneath him turned into quicksand and gathered around him. In the blink of an eye, a spear made of earth that appeared to be capable of propping up heaven formed in his hand. Although this spear was composed fully of the surrounding earth, due to the principal strength circulating around it, it was not one bit inferior to a Dao source-grade artifact. Wielding the spear, the embodiment proceeded to hurl it forwards. Honk! A vacuum visible to the naked eye formed as the spear smashed straight into the corpse puppet. A flurry of sparks accompanied loud metallic clangs as they erupted from its body. Nevertheless, that strike only managed to leave a tiny dent on its body, and was not able to pierce through it. "It's this tough," the embodiment cried out in shock. He was clear how destructive his attack was, and was absolutely sure it would be able to severely injure Emperor Realm's masters. However, it was utterly useless against this corpse puppet. This showed exactly how tough the corpse puppet's body was. It was even more outstanding than an Emperor-grade defensive artifact. If an attack like that was incapable of harming it, how will we be able to contend against it? The embodiment started to get a headache just thinking about this. Nevertheless, it seemed that the earlier strike had infuriated the corpse puppet. After the spear that had struck its body had shattered apart, the corpse puppet let off a furious roar before spewing corpse poison at an even more furious rate. Originally, it was in a deadlock with Lu Yan's flames. However, at this moment, the dark green corpse poison was advancing towards Lu Yan at a rapid pace visible to the naked eye, with her flames seemingly incapable of contending against it. The embodiment's face changed drastically upon seeing this. Extending his hand into the void, he grasped. In the next instant, a gigantic war hammer appeared abruptly in his hand. A dense, jet black and malevolent aura gushed out and circled around it, bringing forth the darkest and most negative emotions present at the depth of everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble in fear. The demonic armament war hammer. This was a demonic weapon wielded by the giant demon from ancient antiquity. Wrapped in demon chi, it had already gained sentience and had been tossed into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai for the embodiment to look after. Who knew that the embodiment had actually managed to refine it? However, from the looks of it, the embodiment didn't seem to have completely refined it yet. That was because the embodiment's eyes started to tremble intensely upon summoning the war hammer. In the next instant, they turned into a blood-red shade that was brimming with violent tendencies. Clearly, he was being affected by the ancient demon chi present within the warhammer. The jet-black aura proceeded to twine around the embodiment's large arm like a living creature, continuing to extend out across his body, gradually turning his body a jet-black shade. With the warhammer in his hand, the embodiment's aura immediately soared. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into that ancient giant demon, standing arrogantly as he looked down on everyone under the heavens with contempt. All of the world energy within this sealed world started to hum and vibrate as the world principles descended into chaos. These changes left Yang Kai utterly dumbstruck. He was completely in the dark about the embodiment having started to refine this warhammer. However, looking at the embodiment's condition, Yang Kai knew that he had to finish this fight as soon as possible. If not, when the demon chi dyed the embodiment completely black, he would become the puppet of the warhammer. As this thought appeared, he no longer dared to hesitate and proceeded to focus fully on finding the corpse puppet's weaknesses. On the other side, the embodiment had already raised his warhammer, shaking slightly as he took aim at the corpse puppet. Seemingly sensing that something was amiss, the corpse puppet, which was being pressed into the cliffside, started to howl in exertion as it attempted to move away from its current position. However, before it could make any movements, the embodiment had already cleaved his war hammer downwards. The war hammer sliced through the air as though it did not exist. It appeared as though it had pierced through ancient antiquity, smashing through space and time, causing the world to turn chaotic. The war hammer slammed down right onto the corpse puppet's body. Hong long long. The cliffside was split apart, leaving a fissure so wide it appeared as though the world had been broken apart. Violent energies wreaked havoc where the war hammer had passed by, destroying the earth as though it was tofu, leaving deep intersecting gulches as the surrounding space turned chaotic. Lu Yen had long fled before the strike landed. Nevertheless, the powerful chaotic energy storm rampaging behind her still managed to affect her to the point of threatening to devour her into its midst. In a moment of panic, she had no choice but to transform into her human form, and with a flicker, barely managed to extricate herself. After launching that strike, the towering aura radiating from the embodiment disappeared abruptly as he swayed about from where he stood. Just a single glance was enough to see how much that strike had exhausted him. Not only that, the black chi that had wrapped around his arm started to extend across his body at an exceedingly fast pace. What a blunder! The embodiment did not expect that this demonic armament warhammer would exhaust so much of his strength. If he had been aware, he would not have used it at this moment. Having underestimated the price he had to pay to use this demonic armament warhammer, he was now being encroached on by the ancient demon chi. Right at this critical moment, Yang Kai appeared before the embodiment with a flicker. Exchanging glances, there was no need for them to communicate through words to know what was going through each other's minds. In the next instant, Yang Kai released his divine sense, sending the embodiment and his war hammer into the sealed world bead, by the side of the medicine garden. With a shift of her body, Lu Yen arrived by Yang Kai's side. Shifting her beautiful eyes to look into the distance, she spoke out in a worried tone, "Master." Having lost the support from the embodiment, she was incapable of dealing with the powerful corpse puppet alone, making it unavoidable for feelings of worry to rise within her heart. With a grin, Yang Kai replied, "Don't worry, I've already found its weak spot." Lu Yen finally felt relieved after hearing his words. In the deep gorge before them, the corpse puppet had fallen on its face. Although the earlier heaven-shaking strike by the embodiment had drained him of all his strength, having paid such a high price to launch it, the corpse puppet naturally didn't escape unscathed. As it struggled to stand up, Lu Yen immediately discovered that there was a massive wound present on the body of the corpse puppet. The wound started from the shoulder and extended down all the way to its leg. The edges of the wound were moving about as corpse poison seeped out from within. There was not a single trace of blood present, though she was able to see its bones within the wound. At a certain location, she seemed to be able to make out an extremely complex pattern that was sparkling with a luminous glow. Lu Yen immediately understood that it was the center of all of the arrays present within the body of the corpse puppet. If they were able to break this core, the corpse puppet would no longer be able to move. Previously, due to its incredibly tough and powerful body, they were unable to see what was within it. However, the embodiment strike had revealed this weak point in a single blow. Could be said that the embodiment had achieved a great feat with that strike. "Back off a bit." As he said those words, Yang Kai had already shot straight towards the corpse puppet. Despite its severe injury, Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly against the corpse puppet. After all, no matter how severe an injury it had sustained, being a lifeless puppet, the injury would not affect its combat power as long as its weakness was not targeted. Any carelessness would result in unrecoverable circumstances for Yang Kai. Along the way, Yang Kai's hand shifted slightly, before a faint bluish circular bead the size of a pigeon egg appeared within his fingers. The bead appeared unassuming and inconspicuous, yet a silver arc of hair-raising lightning danced faintly within it. Annihilation Thunder Bead, one of the two Emperor artifacts Yang Yen had left behind. Ever since he arrived at the star boundary, Yang Kai had not used the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The first reason was him not daring to reveal its existence, with the second being that there were no strong enemies that required him to use it. However, the corpse puppet was absolutely qualified for its usage. Therefore, he was prepared to use this trump card to neutralize the corpse puppet. During the earlier long-range bombardment, Yang Kai had remained behind until the corpse puppet had seemingly been knocked down by the embodiment strike. From the looks of it, it would take a while for it to recover. As it staggered about while standing back up, Yang Kai had already traveled to a suitable location and poured all of his source chi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead without restraint. Unlike other Emperor artifacts, Yang Kai was able to use the Annihilation Thunder Bead even when he was just an origin-returning realm cultivator. However, the might that this Emperor artifact could unleash depended on the cultivation realm of its user. Therefore, the stronger the user's cultivation was, the greater might they could unleash from it. When he was an origin realm cultivator, Yang Kai's complete effort allowed him to destroy an origin king with it. Currently, being in the second-order Dao source realm, the might he could unleash was night and day when compared to his past self. As he unleashed his source chi, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale. It felt like the Annihilation Thunder Bead had turned into a black hole, with an extremely powerful suction force coming from within, as though it was finally able to eat after starving for countless years, greedily devouring the source chi Yang Kai was channeling into it. Shock filled his heart, though he did not dare to stop, leaving him no choice but to clench his teeth and continue sending his source chi into it. Source chi rapidly drained from Yang Kai at a speed faster than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, he had already felt as though he had been completely drained. I knew it would be like this. Yang Kai's face turned into one of bitterness. Every time he had used the Annihilation Thunder Bead, it would always end up with him becoming completely exhausted. This was the biggest reason why he chose not to use it at any given moment. Using it was a double-edged sword, as it would be his demise were it to fail. Therefore, it had become the last trump card in his arsenal. Perhaps, if his cultivation became stronger, he might be able to unleash the might of the Annihilation Thunder Bead as he wished without suffering its adverse effects. However, he was still unable to do so at this moment. After draining all of Yang Kai's strength, the lightning arcs dancing on the surface of the Thunder Bead grew increasingly active. It was as if they possessed their own spirituality, creating an exceedingly mysterious sight to behold. Furthermore, a might that caused people's hair to stand started to radiate from within those thin lightning arcs. Let's see if you'll die from this. Yang Kai growled between his clenched teeth. Sending his divine sense out, he unleashed the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Chi! A soft crackle rang out, before the thin-looking lightning arc jumped and struck the corpse puppet. Incredibly loud booms began to ring out incessantly as the corpse puppet was struck by the lightning, until its body started to twitch violently. Lightning arcs covered the surface of its body, sparkling with radiance. A lightning field formed around it in the blink of an eye as countless lightning arcs traveled around its body, leaving destruction wherever they went. An exceedingly awful and gag-inducing smell began to appear in the surroundings. In a few short breaths, the lightning arcs dissipated away, before the corpse puppet collapsed face down onto the ground, smoke wafting from its entire body. Seeing this, Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief, his body turning wobbly as he staggered about. A soft body supported him from behind at that moment. It was Lu Yen. I'm all right, just a little drained, so I need to recover for a while. Not waiting for Lu Yen to speak, Yang Kai spoke before swaying slightly as he sat down, his entire body limp and devoid of strength. If anyone tried to ambush him right now, Forget about a Dao Source Realm cultivator. He might even be helpless against an origin-returning realm cultivator. I'll stand guard for Master, Lu Yen replied before her body suddenly turned stiff. What's wrong? Sensing that something wasn't right, Yang Kai hastily asked. However, before Lu Yen could reply, his eyes had already snapped wide open as a look of terror filled them. That was because he saw that the corpse puppet, which had collapsed onto the ground earlier, had started to stand back up. With a roar, an increasingly powerful and violent aura erupted from it. It's not dead yet? Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he was utterly incapable of believing his eyes. The Annihilation Thunder Bead was currently the most potent weapon in his arsenal. However, even that was incapable of taking down the corpse puppet. One could see how resilient it was. Despite the other trump cards Yang Kai had up his sleeves, how would he be able to unleash them with the current level of exhaustion he was facing right now? Across from him, the corpse puppet's body was in an utter mess, and its withered body had become charred. The various array diagrams present on its body had turned dim, while the weak spot that Yang Kai had uncovered earlier had already been completely destroyed. That should be the core of all of the spirit arrays supporting the corpse puppet's body. It's been destroyed. The corpse puppet should no longer be functioning. Why is it still able to stand up? As he was wallowing in terror, Yang Kai noticed something strange in the chest area of the corpse puppet. Looking over, his eyes immediately shook as he let out a bitter laugh. That was because he had actually spotted another array core radiating with brilliance there. It was precisely due to the still-functioning array core that allowed the corpse puppet to continue displaying its combat might. Master! Lu Yen was scared out of her life. Without the aid of Yang Kai and the embodiment, she couldn't resist against an enemy of such might. However, she quickly calmed herself down and a resolute look appeared on her face. Master, please leave first. I'll hold him back for a while. She felt that as long as she was able to buy Yang Kai a little bit of time, he should be able to repair the array-based platform enough to allow him to leave this sealed world. After saying that, she stepped in front of Yang Kai while making a stance of wanting to protect him even at the risk of her life. Yang Kai extended his hand to stop her, but before he could, turning around, Lu Yen gave him a sad smile. It has been an amazing journey for this servant. My life has been blessed to be able to enjoy Master's sincere care for these years. Please take care of yourself in the future. Don't say such sad words. Yang Kai felt something sour in his mouth, though he continued to maintain a faint smile. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die here today. Lu Yan's eyes lit up as she asked, Does Master still have another trump card? Yang Kai did not give a reply in words. Instead, flipping his wrist, he summoned a spirit pill-like item into his grasp. Pressing this thing into Lu Yan's hand, he said, Unleash its strength. If even that fails, we'll just hide in the sealed world bead to rest and wait. This is... Lu Yan's eyes lit up after seeing the pill-like object in her hand, before crying out softly, An Emperor Authority bead? This Emperor Authority bead was obtained by Yang Kai through an exchange with the extraordinary treasure pill while in the Four Seasons realm. Sealed within it was a full power strike from the Flowing Time Great Emperor, though Yang Kai was not clear exactly how powerful this strike would be. Unlike an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, this Emperor Authority Bead was a single-use item. Yang Kai had kept it for all this time, not willing to use it. However, it was hard for him not to use it in this current situation. With the Emperor Authority Bead in her hand, Lu Yan's chaotic emotions turned calm. Exhaling softly, she clenched the Emperor Authority Bead tightly and channeled her strength into it. On the other side, the corpse puppet appeared somewhat stiff after standing up, with its movements no longer as smooth as before. It was obvious that the strike from the Annihilation Thunder Bead had affected it quite a bit. Appearing to have discovered something, the corpse puppet gave a low roar before shooting over towards Lu Yen like an arrow. As it traveled along, that dense putrid smell had already wafted over as it aimed its seemingly visible cold, murderous intent towards Lu Yen. Lu Yan's petite body shook slightly as a result, though she still continued to remain stationary as the power within her body gushed without restraint into the Emperor Authority Bead. As the distance between the two shrank, beads of cold sweat formed on Yang Kai's forehead. He clenched the sealed world bead in his hands, preparing to bring himself and Lu Yen away from the impending danger. Right as the corpse puppet was about to reach Lu Yen, she finally started to move. With a flick of her wrist, the Emperor Authority bead shot out like a beam of light towards the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet sent a punch out with enough destructive force present to shatter the Emperor Authority bead into pieces. However, a mysterious principal strength rumbled as it expanded out in all directions. Within the mountain valley, all of the withered and dead vegetation as a result of the corpse poison seemed to have their life force replenished as they came back to life in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain valley turned back into a full stretch of verdant green. Not only that, the mysterious strength continued to propagate even further, causing all of the vegetation that came into contact with it to sway gently in vibrancy and sending out notes of joy. Yang Kai and Lu Yen were enveloped by this power. This power flowed through their limbs and fused with their bodies, making the weak and exhausted Yang Kai feel as though he had been gorged with life force. In the next instant, his entire spirit started to tremble fervently, while the injuries he had sustained in his earlier exchange with the corpse puppet proceeded to heal in an exceedingly short amount of time. This is... Lu Yan's beautiful eyes turned round with shock as she cried out, "The principle of spring!" Yang Kai was utterly gobsmacked with shock, his eyes gleaming as he clearly understood the source of the phenomena happening to and around him. Not daring to waste any time, Yang Kai hastily expanded his senses to start comprehending what he was feeling right now. This was the principal strength that the flowing time Great Emperor had comprehended, which was exceedingly deep and profound. Unleashing the Emperor Authority bead was the equivalent of the flowing time Great Emperor unleashing an all-out strike. If he was able to utilize this chance to comprehend it, it would definitely be a benefit for him. At this instant, Yang Kai had completely tossed the battle against the corpse puppet out of his mind and focused entirely on experiencing the mysterious principal strength that surrounded him. The principle of spring surged out without restraint, returning the mountain valley to its luscious and vibrant state. However, in the blink of an eye, an unbearable scorching aura descended, making it feel as though one had entered the hottest period of the year, with the faint sounds of cicadas chirping ringing about, the feeling of dryness and heat being unbearable under the scorching sun. The principle of summer. As he continued to comprehend, Yang Kai increasingly felt that this was an opportunity that he should not let go of. All of a sudden, a chilly breeze started whipping within the mountain valley, as the leaves on the surrounding trees turned yellow or red and dropped to the ground. Fruits and melons turned ripe, while a delightful aura of a bumper harvest came rushing out. The principle of autumn. A frigid wind began to howl about next, turning the surroundings abruptly into a bone-chilling cold. White snow blanketed everything within their field of view, just like being wrapped in a silvery blanket. Within the nail-biting cold, even the most resistant of ferocious beasts would retreat back to their caves, not daring to step out recklessly. The principle of winter. The 4 seasons followed each other in turn, fusing tightly together throughout the times, continuing on, forming an exceedingly special energy that circulated within the mountain valley. This caused people to lose track of time, as though everything had happened in an instant, yet also appearing as though tens of thousands of years have passed. Yang Kai's entire being had sunk into this mire so deep that he would be unable to extricate himself. Under the influence of the principles of the 4 seasons, he continued to view the passing and intermingling of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This made him forget where he was, what he was doing, with the only thing he knew being that it would absolutely be his loss if he were to miss out on this. A cracking sound rang out after an unknown amount of time had elapsed. Yang Kai's body suddenly shuddered, as the meridians and dantian in his body expanded substantially. Source chi flowed torrentially like a gushing river, rapidly filling up his meridians. An exceedingly powerful aura started to radiate out from him. A breakthrough. He had actually broken through to the third-order Tao Source realm. The commotion of his promotion caused Yang Kai to regain his senses. He immediately spotted the corpse puppet, which was in a seated position, causing him to recall everything he was doing right before this. His expression changed drastically as he leapt up, all while keeping a vigilant gaze at the stationary corpse puppet. "Master!" Lu Yen hastily shouted out upon seeing the worrying look on his face. "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned as he asked in a doubtful tone. "What do you mean, how long?" A blank look appeared on Lu Yan's face. "Since you used the Emperor Authority bead, how long has it been?" Lu Yen replied in a confused tone. "That just happened. After I used the Emperor Authority bead, you proceeded to sit down and suddenly broke through. Just happened." Yang Kai's jaw dropped wide open. He clearly felt that he had spent a long time comprehending those principal strengths. However, from what Lu Yen was saying, it had all happened in an instant. He gasped in shock and immediately realized that this misconception was born due to the influence of the principle of the Four Seasons. The Four Seasons principles was a type of principal strength that the flowing time Great Emperor comprehended and mastered. When using this ability, the Four Seasons would keep changing and fluctuating. This was a time principle that was completely different from the space principles that Yang Kai studied. However, the time principles and space principles were similar in that they were both extremely esoteric powers that were extraordinarily difficult to comprehend. Any cultivator who managed to gain insight into such powers would become a famous powerhouse. Yang Kai originally thought that Flowing Time Great Emperor had simply created a divine ability that was related to the Four Seasons, but it now seemed that he had been wrong. Flowing Time Great Emperor had understood the essence of time principles, a concept that had vastly surpassed Four Seasons principles. The Emperor Authority bead must have been a treasure that the Flowing Time Great Emperor created while he was in the Third Order Emperor realm. The Emperor Authority bead's attack was the equivalent of an attack from the Flowing Time Great Emperor back when he was in that realm. It would be impossible to survive such a hit. Time principles could make a person instantly feel as if an incredibly long period of time had passed. If the attack hit a living person, wouldn't the flowing time force instantly cause that person to rapidly age? For instance, in just that one instant, Yang Kai felt as if he had just cultivated for several years. He instantly broke through from second-order Dao source realm to third order, and not through sudden insight but rather through a kind of solid accumulation gained over time. Although it was only the blink of an eye in real life, several years had already passed in Yang Kai's consciousness. Yang Kai couldn't even begin to imagine just how powerful Flowing Time Great Emperor must have been at his peak. Yang Kai suddenly became excited as he thought about this. He had obtained 3 beads back in the Four Seasons realm, the beads of spring, summer, and autumn. His inference back then was that there should also be a bead of winter. However, his time in the Four Seasons realm had ended too fast, and he had no idea where the bead of winter was or how to find it. Now that he looked at them, the 3 beads all contained some aura of flowing time force. If he could gather all of the Four Seasons beads, perhaps the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine ability would appear again, and he could obtain the Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance would be different from Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's inheritance. Yang Kai didn't even dare to cultivate the latter's heaven-devouring battle law, so he left it to his embodiment. It was proven later on that he had made the correct decision. According to the embodiment, although the heaven-devouring battle law was incomparably powerful, there were also significant drawbacks to cultivating it. If it wasn't for the embodiment having a unique body that was capable of refining all sorts of impurities and cleansing negative effects, it likely would have long since been taken over by the heaven-devouring battle law. However, Yang Kai would benefit significantly if he could obtain the Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance. If he comprehended time principles and controlled the power of Four Seasons, then Yang Kai could use a shorter amount of time to reach a higher realm since, with time principles, his cultivating for 1 year would likely be equivalent to others cultivating for 10 or even 100 years. Yang Kai felt a fire igniting in his heart. However, when he thought about how the bead of winter's whereabouts were unknown, it was as if a bucket of cold water had suddenly been poured on him, making Yang Kai feel like ice had flooded in his heart. It was unknown when the Four Seasons realm would open up again. Even if it opened up again, Yang Kai definitely would have exceeded the Dao source realm by then, so it would be impossible for him to enter. In other words, it was likely that he would never be able to find the bead of winter in his life and gather all Four Seasons powers in order to reconstruct the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine ability. Master, that guy still isn't dead yet. Lu Yan's astonished shout suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears. Impossible! Yang Kai was instantly brought back to his senses. He had used the Annihilation Thunder Bead and Emperor Authority Bead in this battle, two of his biggest trump cards. The embodiment had also used the demonic armament. Even if there really had been a third-order Emperor Realm Master here, he wouldn't even have a corpse remaining. No matter how powerful a corpse puppet was, it was impossible for it to still be alive after such an onslaught. That was why he didn't believe Lu Yan's words at all. However, Yang Kai was instantly stunned when he glanced over. Not far away, the corpse puppet had sat down cross-legged with a wretched appearance at an unknown time. Perhaps due to the influence of the flowing time force, the corpse puppet's originally dry and withered body had now become pale white like flour. When Yang Kai looked over, the corpse puppet's body was constantly losing pieces of flesh that would disintegrate before they hit the ground. In just a few short moments, the corpse puppet appeared like half a skeleton that had its white bones exposed. The flowing time force was truly powerful. Previously, Yang Kai had tried everything that he could, but only the attack from the Annihilation Thunder Bead had managed to damage the corpse puppet at all. However, when Yang Kai used the Emperor Authority Bead, it actually destroyed the corpse puppet's body to such an extent. This definitely wasn't because of its pure power, but rather the influence of time principles. Flowing time force had quietly flooded the corpse puppet's body, making it experience tens of thousands of years in an instant. Even the strongest physical body would be destroyed without obtaining any nourishment for so long. Yang Kai could clearly discern that the spirit arrays in the corpse puppet were all dimming and beginning to shut down. Still, Lu Yan was correct. The corpse puppet had yet to die, since its green ghost fire-like eyes kept flickering. It seemed as if it was struggling as it constantly growled in a low voice. Yang Kai instantly felt his hairs standing on end as he remained vigilant out of fear that the corpse puppet would try something else right before it died. Yang Kai could tell that even if the corpse puppet wasn't dead yet, it was like an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as Yang Kai stalled for a bit, the corpse puppet would definitely die soon. That was why Yang Kai didn't try to leave in a hurry. He had suddenly improved to the third-order Dao Source Realm and had his Source Chi restored as well as recovered from his injuries. Even if the corpse puppet did launch one last attack, he was confident that he could dodge it. Yang Kai didn't move, so Lu Yan stood by his side and remained on guard without a word as a vigilant look flashed through her pretty eyes. Suddenly, the corpse puppet's eyes violently shook as a frantic roar came from its throat, as if it was struggling against something. Soon, its green eyes calmed down as the corpse puppet's vicious and frightening expression also gradually receded. Its ghost fire-like eyes were now actually shining with the light of spirituality as it looked around in confusion. When he saw Yang Kai, he focused his attention on him. Master! Lu Yan adopted a posture ready for combat at any time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, furrowed his brow as he suddenly met the corpse puppet's eyes. He swiftly realized something, as unimaginable as it seemed, and politely cupped his fists and called out, "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. Master, you're..." Lu Yan looked at Yang Kai with confusion, not knowing what he wanted to do. It was obvious to see that the corpse puppet was the type with no sentience, knowing only to viciously fight under the urging of the spirit arrays in its body. The corpse puppet wouldn't have any self-consciousness at all, so what meaning was there to Yang Kai's actions? However, what Lu Yan never expected was that after Yang Kai spoke, the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground actually opened its mouth and uttered some sounds with great difficulty that were hard to understand. The corpse puppet's body was severely withered and damaged, which was why Lu Yan couldn't understand his words. Despite this, Lu Yan was thoroughly astonished. The corpse puppet had actually responded to Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that the corpse puppet had its own sentience? If that was the case, then why hadn't the corpse puppet shown any sentience earlier? Meanwhile, the corpse puppet was still attempting to speak. It tried hard for quite a while before it somewhat managed to succeed, although its voice was raspy and sounded like metallic banging that was incredibly discomforting to hear. "Are you a Thousand Leaves sect disciple?" It was a simple sentence, but it seemed as if the corpse puppet used all his strength to speak it. After he asked the question, he actually began to pant heavily, although it was unknown if breathing would be of any use in his current condition. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he felt his earlier guess had definitely been correct. This junior is not a Thousand Leaves sect disciple. The corpse puppet asked. If you're not a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, why are you here? Maybe due to succeeding at speaking earlier. The corpse puppet's words became clearer and clearer. Yang Kai answered honestly. This junior was requested by the current Thousand Leaves sect master to fix the space array located here. When the corpse puppet heard this, he tried hard to recall distant memories before finally replying. Yes, this king destroyed the platform back then. He paused for a moment before asking incredulously. If you're able to fix it, does that mean you're well versed in the Tao of space? Junior knows a little something, Yang Kai answered humbly. However, the corpse puppet knew that he was being humble. Nobody who knew only a little something could possibly enter this sealed world when the array had already been destroyed. It was quite clear that this boy's achievements in the Tao of space were incredible. Still, the corpse puppet had no intentions of prying. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he asked, Senior, could you be the past Thousand Leaves sect master who entered this place? Yang Kai had already guessed it when he discovered that there was some spirituality in the corpse puppet's eyes. When Yang Kai heard the corpse admitting that he had destroyed the platform himself, Yang Kai instantly became certain. This corpse puppet was definitely the Thousand Leaves sect master from that generation. The corpse puppet gently nodded, causing creaking sounds from the white bones on his neck. Yang Kai felt really scared as he watched, worried that the corpse puppet's head would suddenly fall off. The corpse puppet declared, This king is Yi Chong. Senior has yet to die? Yang Kai was still incredibly surprised even though he had already guessed it. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master who was the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter the sealed world. Yi Chong quickly denied, however, I am just a remnant soul. This king used his own body to create this puppet and died while trying to reach the peak of the Tao of puppetry. Only a sliver of a remnant soul remained in this body awaiting a Thousand Leaves sect descendant's arrival. Yang Kai nodded and was about to ask something when Yi Chong continued. I don't have much time left. I was able to wake up thanks to you destroying this body. Although I'm not quite clear on how you managed to do so with your current cultivation, I don't have the time to ask, as this king wants to ask for your help. Senior, please ask. Since the Yi family's current descendant has asked you to come here to fix the space array, you must be a trustworthy person. I want to ask you to give the space ring to the current generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. As Yi Chong said this, he shakily removed a ring from his hand and gently flicked it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed the ring and instantly felt an ancient aura emanating from his hand. This was a space ring from 10,000 years ago. Yang Kai could also guess at what good things were inside. Yi Hen and his daughter had both mentioned the Thousand Leaves sect's various secret arts and secret techniques, which were definitely inside this ring. Yi Chong followed up. This ring has a soul brand that this king etched into it. Only someone from my Yi family's bloodline can open it safely. Any other forceful method used to open this ring will result in the ring's destruction. Yang Kai could immediately tell that Yi Chong didn't trust him completely and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring for himself, which was why Yi Chong had put a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yi Chong wasn't specifically targeting him, as it was obvious that this seal had been placed 10,000 years ago. Even though Yang Kai understood this, he still felt displeased inside. Yi Chong was clearly the one asking for help handing over an item, yet he was acting like Yang Kai was a thief. Who would feel good about that? However, Yang Kai didn't show this on his face. He simply took the ring and said, Rest assured, Senior. I'll definitely hand this to Sect Master Yi. Very good, very good. Yi Chong gently sighed, as if a great weight had been removed from his heart. Of course, this king won't ask for your help for free. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard this. He knew that Yi Chong was going to give him something good, so he immediately looked forward to what it was. However, Yi Chong didn't immediately say what he was going to give Yang Kai, and instead directed a contemplatively look towards Lu Yen as a highly complex light flashed in his green eyes. Although Lu Yen was only an artifact spirit, she still felt like her hair was standing on end being stared at like this. She couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai's body. Yichong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master after all. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what else he might be capable of? After a long while, it seemed as if Yichong made up his mind as he said, "You should enter the cave that this king previously stayed in. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "Senior, please explain." Yichong told him, "You'll naturally know when the opportunity comes. If the opportunity doesn't arrive, then asking is useless." Yang Kai's face went black. Yichong's words were the same as saying nothing at all. Yichong was giving him something good, but not explaining anything at all and instead hiding information, which seemed too stingy. Still, Yichong was an old master from 10,000 years ago, so Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to argue with him, nor did Yang Kai want to thank him. To Yang Kai, he only came here to help Thousand Leaves sect repair their world-crossing space array. It was only a coincidence that he had been able to talk to Yichong. Yang Kai hadn't intended on keeping Yichong's ring for himself to begin with. Of course, if it wasn't for Yichong placing a bloodline seal on the ring, Yang Kai would first borrow what was in the ring to study before giving it to Yihen. Yang Kai was quite interested in Tao of puppetry as well. But since there was the bloodline restriction, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't investigate what good things were inside the ring. If he actually tried to do so, it was likely that he would receive some type of backlash. Yichong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Who knew what dangerous trap he might have left behind on that bloodline seal? Just as Yang Kai was secretly thinking such things to himself, Yichong suddenly asked, "How much time has passed?" Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. "I don't know the specific number of years, but it's been at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years? Yichong was astonished before he began to chuckle bitterly. "How is Thousand Leaves sect's current situation, then? Are there many experts in the sect?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "If Senior is asking about Tao Source Realm experts, there are quite a few, but as for emperors, there's not a single one." Yichong sighed. "This king has wronged the sect." His tone contained strong self-blame and regret. If it wasn't for his stubbornness back then in taking all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world despite others' objections, because he had wanted to attempt to refine his own body into that of a puppet and reach the peak of his Tao of puppetry, Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have become like how it was today. And in the end, Yichong had failed. Right when he failed, he realized that he had been wrong. He had underestimated the heavenly way when he felt that he would definitely succeed. Yichong then predicted the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, which was why he did everything he could to leave a sliver of remnant soul in the corpse puppet. 10,000 years later, his efforts allowed him to meet Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't really say anything about Yichong's current condition. After Yichong sighed, his head suddenly fell down listlessly on his chest as the green light in his eyes gradually dimmed and then vanished. A black aura then flew out from the corpse puppet's head and transformed into nothingness. Yang Kai knew that this former Thousand Leaves sect master from 10,000 years ago had now completely died, with not even a single sliver of remnant soul remaining. After the corpse puppet lost its last bit of remnant soul, it suddenly clattered all over as it collapsed into a pile of white ash. Yang Kai could only stare silently. Even the strongest cultivator would eventually die. Yichong had wanted to use his body to defy the heavenly way and obtain an immortal body. Unfortunately, even though he was a heaven-defying genius, he was still unable to break free from the restrictions of reality. It was like this even for a third-order Emperor Realm Masters, so just how difficult would it be to truly achieve eternal indestructibility? It was unknown if even the 10 great emperors were capable of achieving this. Yang Kai then slowly shook his head when he thought of this. The 10 great emperors definitely couldn't achieve such a feat either. If they had been capable of doing so, then heaven-devouring great emperor and flowing time great emperor wouldn't have died. Yang Kai actually had some hope of achieving immortality, although the prerequisite was for him to refine the immortal tree. According to legends, a person could become immortal and indestructible after refining the immortal tree, although it was unknown if there was any basis for the rumors. After pondering for quite a while, Yang Kai brought Lu Yen with him to bury Yichong's bones. Yang Kai didn't spend too much effort on the burial, since Yihen would definitely come here after the space array was fixed. As Yi Chong was Yi Hen's ancestor, Yang Kai could just leave the formal burial to him. It was likely that Yi Hen would hold a grander burial ceremony. After he finished burying Yi Chong's bones, Yang Kai took Lu Yen with him to the cave where he previously met Yi Chong. Yang Kai was rather doubtful about the opportunity that Yi Chong mentioned inside the cave. Although Yang Kai hadn't carefully investigated the cave when he entered last time, he also hadn't found anything special about the cave. Lu Yen also really wondered as she followed Yang Kai. Master, why was that senior Yi staring at me when he said that there was an opportunity? Because you're pretty, Yang Kai answered flippantly. Be more serious. Lu Yen glared at Yang Kai. Although Lu Yen felt that her illusionary human form wasn't ugly, why would Yi Chong stare at her just because of that? He was a sect leader for one of the top sects back in his day, so of course, he would have seen all sorts of beautiful women before. Yang Kai chuckled. He must have seen what your true form was, which was why he was focused on you. There's nothing strange about it. I think that's probably the reason as well. Lu Yen nodded in agreement. They soon reached the cave again as they chatted. Since Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai came in this time with divine sense fully released, searching around carefully. But even as he reached the end of the cave, he still hadn't found anything suspicious at all. Could he have been lying to me? Yang Kai felt rather frustrated. It was fine if Yi Chong was on guard as if he was a thief by placing a bloodline seal on the ring, since that wasn't really targeting him specifically, but if Yi Chong had lied about an opportunity here, then that was really just too much. Yang Kai hadn't been counting on getting anything from Yi Chong to begin with. However, if Yi Chong had voluntarily mentioned giving him an opportunity but also lied to him, then that would be a simple issue of morality. Yang Kai refused to believe this or give up though, and searched the deepest depths of the cave several more times. He even sent his divine sense through the stone walls to search deeper into the mountain, but still discovered nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Yen suddenly stopped and kept staring at an oval-shaped rock. Did you find something? Yang Kai inquired. Lu Yen told him, Master, it seems like this rock is no ordinary rock. Upon hearing this, Yang Kai arched his brow and immediately sent his divine sense to scan the oval rock. He had already checked this rock earlier but hadn't paid it much attention, since this rock didn't even have any discernible energy or aura, so it obviously wasn't any precious treasure. Yet, Yang Kai noticed something unusual when he checked it again. This rock was actually absorbing his divine sense as he scanned it, causing a slight stinging in his knowledge sea. Yang Kai was astonished. Is the opportunity that Yi Chong mentioned actually this rock? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. The oval-shaped rock was the only strange thing here. If there really was an opportunity here, then this rock had to be the opportunity. But what could a rock even do? Could it be a high-grade artifact refining material? Yang Kai had a confused look. He didn't need artifact refining resources and he already possessed several Emperor artifacts, so he had no need to create any more artifacts. Lu Yen also had a confused expression as she reached with her hand towards the rock. She wanted to see just what strange attributes this rock had. Wait! Yang Kai hurriedly tried to stop her. Although he didn't know what strange attributes this rock had, it obviously wouldn't be good to touch it until its true nature was identified. Besides, this was a strange rock that could even devour his divine sense. However, he shouted just a little too late. Lu Yen had already touched the strange rock. When she heard Yang Kai's shout, she instinctively tried to retract her hand. But at this time, a powerful suction force suddenly came from the strange rock. The suction force was so strong that Lu Yen couldn't resist at all. She only had the time to shout out in surprise before she was absorbed into the rock and instantly disappeared. Yang Kai's expression immediately changed. Although Lu Yen was capable of assuming a human form that made others see her as a living beauty, she didn't actually have a physical body and didn't even count as living. Her body was made from pure energy, although the energy was dense enough that she seemed corporeal. Just what the hell is this strange rock? How did it absorb Lu Yen? Yang Kai couldn't possibly stand back and do nothing. Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all as he pushed his source chi and hit the strange rock. With a loud boom from Yang Kai's attack, a clear handprint was left on the strange rock. However, the abnormal part was that the rock didn't actually shatter. Instead, it actually began repairing itself after Xianxia's attack. In less than 10 breaths, the strange rock restored itself to its original form. It was impossible to tell that Xianxia had just attacked it. Free-flowing memory metal? Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but he soon realized that he was wrong. Although free-flowing memory metal was one of the best artifact refining materials, and any artifact with just a little bit of free-flowing memory metal would gain miraculous restorative abilities, even rendering the most severe damage easily fixable. The free-flowing memory metal that Xianxia knew about definitely wasn't like this strange rock. Xianxia had originally wanted to destroy the strange rock and save Lu Yen, but he instantly realized that wouldn't work after his attack. This strange rock wasn't hard, but it was incredibly durable and impossible to shatter. Not only that, Xianxia sensed that his mysterious connection to Lu Yen, which had remained since they met, had suddenly been cut off after Lu Yen was absorbed into this strange rock. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit. Back when Xianxia first refined her natal body artifact refining furnace, the two of them had forged an invisible connection that hadn't broken for so many years now. Yet the connection had suddenly just vanished. Xianxia's face paled as he thought that Lu Yen had just died. That was the only explanation for why the connection between the two of them had suddenly been severed. Xianxia instantly felt as if his heart had been stabbed through and his mood became incredibly gloomy. Lu Yen had been with him for many years. The two of them had always protected and helped each other for all this time. Xianxia really wouldn't be able to accept it if she died just like that because of this strange rock. If that really happened, then he would definitely unearth Yichang's corpse and destroy it in order to vent his anger. But upon careful consideration, he felt that this wasn't very likely. Yichang wanted Xianxia's help, so there was no reason for him to direct Xianxia to the strange rock here just to harm him. Yet, why was he constantly staring at Lu Yen when he mentioned the opportunity in this cave earlier? Xianxia's heart was in utter chaos. At this moment, he suddenly detected a sliver of familiar aura from that strange rock. Xianxia's spirits instantly perked up when he detected this aura. Lu Yen! This was definitely Lu Yan's aura, although it was really weak. Xianxia wouldn't have been able to notice it if it wasn't for Lu Yen accompanying him for so long that he became really familiar with her aura. Her aura still being around meant that Lu Yen hadn't died yet. She had simply been sealed in the strange rock. After he realized this, Xianxia didn't dare to randomly attack the strange rock anymore out of fear that he would harm Lu Yen. However, Lu Yen wouldn't respond at all when he tried to call her. Not only that, Xianxia sensed from that trace amount of aura that Lu Yen was okay. Although the fluctuations were incredibly weak, there was no sign of her being injured. It seemed as if she had gone into hibernation. What just happened? Xianxia couldn't figure it out at all. He carefully released his divine sense to investigate again, but just like last time, his divine sense seemed to get bitten off by a large and invisible mouth right when it entered the strange rock. Not only was his investigation fruitless, his knowledge sea even felt some slight pain. It was unknown just what the strange rock was. Since it could even devour divine sense, it must have been extraordinary. A tiny sliver of almost imperceptible red was spreading out from inside the strange rock and reaching its surface. Xianxia's eyes lit up, as he was incomparably familiar with this red aura. This was obviously the incredibly complex power of fire that Lu Yen possessed, which contained various exotic flames that were perfectly combined together. Lu Yen was the only one in the world with such an ability, with no other ability out there like it. Could Lu Yen be attacking the seal from inside the rock? Considering all this, Xianxia's nervousness was lessened significantly as he forced himself to calm down and carefully observe to try and think of some way to help Lu Yen. When the red color spread out, the strange rock suddenly vibrated as it then sent out a powerful suction force that madly absorbed all the world energy in the surrounding area. At this moment, a wild wind suddenly whipped up inside the cave and made a wailing sound. The incredibly dense world energy in this sealed world all entered the strange rock and seemed to completely disappear. As the world energy disappeared, the red color on the surface of the strange rock became brighter and brighter. Lu Yan's aura also became clearer and clearer. Did the strange rock need world energy? Xianxia's brow twitched. He didn't hesitate at all as he waved his hand and scattered millions of source crystals all around the strange rock. There were so many that they almost completely filled the cave. These source crystals were all mid-rank or high-rank, with no low-rank source crystals at all. Yang Kai had obtained all of them from that source crystals load. Yang Kai punched again and shattered the source crystals into dust which enveloped the strange stone in a sea of world energy. It could be seen with the naked eye that the strange rock was constantly absorbing the energy around it, as if it would never stop. At the same time that Lu Yen met with danger, the winds whistled outside the Thousand Leaves sect as the grass was covered with enemies. Thousands of cultivators arrived in front of the Thousand Leaves sect's defending array and stared with hostility at the Thousand Leaves sect. These thousands of cultivators belonged to different great forces, but they seemed to all be led by a middle-aged blue-haired man. This middle-aged man had cultivated an unknown secret art that caused his water-blue long hair to cascade freely down his shoulder as he struck a brave and heroic figure with an authoritative expression. He was sitting on a topless large rickshaw which was being carried by 16 people. The rickshaw was quite wide and even gave off a strong aura, so it was evident that it was a high-grade artifact. At this moment, the blue-haired man was calmly sipping on some tea, as if he was simply here on a carefree vacation. Many masters had gathered around his side. Sky Crane City Lord Luo Jin, whom Yang Kai had taught a vicious lesson to before, was included among them. Only a short period of time had passed, but Luo Jin had taken some unknown elixirs which actually managed to heal all his injuries. It couldn't be seen at all that Yang Kai had previously injured him, as he had an energetic expression and healthy appearance. The two elders who had previously been in charge of protecting Sky Illumination Palace, young Palace Master Chiu, you were also by the blue-haired man's side with their heads bowed. They seemed to be really deferential to the blue-haired man. There was also an eye-catching man whose cultivation was no worse than anyone else's. He had a back like a tiger's and a waist like a bear's. He had a wild appearance along with an aura all over his body that seemed highly violent. He seemed to be about 40 to 50 years old. This man stood to the side and kept glancing at the blue-haired middle-aged man while chuckling coldly. It seemed as if he really couldn't stand the blue-haired man's way of doing things. These people were all sect masters from nearby sects. They had similar power levels and status, but this blue-haired middle-aged man acted really high and mighty, like a crane amongst chickens, which would naturally make the others displeased. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw this scene, they would likely think that all the cultivators here were being led by that blue-haired middle-aged man. The thousands of cultivators belonged to 5 or 6 great forces. After gathering here, they didn't say a single word, as if they were silently waiting for something. Luo Jin's face was filled with hatred as he kept staring in front of him with both fists tightly clenched. A few days ago, he had been holding a concubine welcoming ceremony at his city lord's mansion, but someone ruined the ceremony in the middle of it. Not only was his concubine stolen away in front of everyone's eyes, but he was also seriously injured. He likely would have died already if it wasn't for his luck. Although only a few days had passed, everyone in the nearby area had already heard about this incident. All the cultivators in Sky Crane City also learned about this incident. His reputation in Sky Crane City had fallen to rock bottom. Everywhere that he went, he could sense people pointing at him behind his back. Not only that, there were now even voices of dissatisfaction inside the city who were clamoring for his removal. Luo Jin would never be able to tolerate such a matter. He had worked hard at running Sky Crane City for so many years, and it seemed that he would soon be viewed as an equal to the sect leaders of the nearby sects, so of course, he wouldn't stand for losing everything at the final moment. The culprit behind all of this was that little brat named Yang Kai. As long as he could kill Yang Kai and wash away his previous humiliation, Luo Jin believed that he could stabilize Sky Crane City again, and nobody would dare to say no to him again. Luo Jin loathed Yang Kai, so he didn't have any good feelings towards the Thousand Leaves sect that was protecting Yang Kai. Luo Jin secretly swore that it would be fine if Yi Hen knew what was good for him, but if Yi Hen didn't, then he would teach Yi Hen the consequences. Hoo. At this moment, a beam of light shot forth from the front. The beam then descended to reveal the Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups, with Yi Hen leading them. The vice sect master, elders, and so on were all behind him. Although Yi Hen and the others had already learned of this beforehand, their expressions still changed significantly when they saw so many masters gathered in front of their sect defending array. This was the strength of 5 or 6 great forces gathered here. There were already more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters present, and more than 10 Third Order Dao Source Realm individuals. The current Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't possibly be able to stop such a force. Yi Hen calmed himself down, cupped his fists, and asked, "Friends, it is our sect's honor to have so many of you visit us. May I ask why all of you have come here without informing us first?" He also knew that the cultivators had come with hostile intentions, and that it was likely things wouldn't be resolved in a friendly manner. However, he wasn't afraid because of the sect defending array. A normal sect defending array would never be able to stop so many masters' attacks. However, Thousand Leaves sect's defending array was from when they were still a top sect, and was of an extremely high grade. No ordinary sect defending array could compare. If it wasn't for the current Thousand Leaves sect being weak, then the sect defending array's defensive prowess could have been raised by several more levels. Not even a dozen Emperor Realms masters combined would be able to break through its defense once the sect defending array reached that level. Even so, the current sect defending array was likely more than enough to defend against the people before them. This was why, even though Thousand Leaves sect had declined greatly, they had continued to exist without being defeated. Without being able to break through the sect defending array, nobody would dare to truly confront Thousand Leaves sect. Right after Yi Hen finished speaking, Luo Jin was the first to jump out as he shouted, "Sect Master Yi, stop playing dumb. You really don't know why we're here? If you know what's good for you, then obediently give us the little brat named Xianxia and his friends. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite." When Yi Hen heard this, he furrowed his eyebrows and answered, "City Lord Luo, what grudge do you have against young Master Yang to make you so furious?" Luo Jin felt as if he would explode in anger since Yi Hen was intentionally asking something he already knew. Luo Jin's face was steely as he replied, "Yi Hen, are you trying to insult this Luo? You really don't know what happened a few days ago at my city lord's mansion? Or are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" Yi Hen calmly responded, "I know a little bit, but not the details." Luo Jin replied furiously, "That little brat caused a huge ruckus at my city lord's mansion, stole my concubine, and injured my guests. This king could never possibly let him go." Yi Hen answered, "Why is it somewhat different from what this Yi heard? This Yi heard that City Lord Luo was taking advantage of your strength to bully the weak, oppressing men and seizing women, imprisoning young Master Yang's friends, and forcing young Master Yang's mother-in-law to get married to you. That was why young Master Yang was forced to have a major battle against City Lord Luo. Although young Master Yang won in the end, he still magnanimously spared your life. Forget about not being thankful to him. City Lord Luo, how come you're now repaying kindness with enmity after just a few days?" Luo Jin's face kept changing colors with anger as he roared, "You're spouting nonsense." Yi Hen replied coldly, "Countless guests were present that day, and everyone witnessed what happened. Is this Yi spouting nonsense? Or is City Lord Luo the one who's repaying kindness with enmity? I believe that everyone here should know for themselves." Luo Jin felt hot blood boiling in his heart, which he almost spat out of his mouth. This was the greatest humiliation of his life, so he was furious that Yi Hen was mentioning it in front of everyone. If it wasn't for the sect defending array blocking his way, he would have charged forward to try and kill Yi Hen already. Yi Hen cupped his fists and glanced all around him. "Friends, you should know about this matter as well. You should have a talk with City Lord Luo in order to prevent him from misunderstanding anything and doing something that both the people and heaven would look down upon." The cultivators who came here seemed like none of them wanted to speak when they heard this. They hadn't come here in order to win a debate against Yi Hen. So what if Yi Hen was speaking the truth? Xianxia had killed the elites and elders of their sects. Since they knew that Xianxia was at Thousand Leaves sect, they naturally couldn't leave this matter alone. Seeing that nobody was answering, Yi Hen calmly stated, "Luo Jin's behavior is shameless. Friends, are you really going to stand together with such a person?" Due to his anger, he no longer acted polite with Luo Jin and directly called out his name. The man with a back like a tiger's and a waist like a bear's coldly snorted when he heard this. Forget about City Lord Luo's matter. This king wants to ask that little brat surnamed Yang just what grudge my Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master Kutian has with him for him to kill Kutian at the City Lord's mansion. With his tone, it was obvious that he was Ruanhong Bo, the Temple Master of Sky Peak Temple. Ruanhong Bo was a third-order Dao source realm, just like Yi Hen. It was impossible for him to do nothing since his Vice Temple Master had been killed by Yang Kai. That was why he still came along to take revenge even though he didn't like Luo Jin's character. When Ruanhong Bo finished speaking, someone else immediately added, "That's right, that villain even killed my son Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him." Yi Hen turned to see that the speaker was Mu Guan, the Tower Master of White Cloud's Tower. Yi Hen had questioned Yi Jinghan in detail before about what happened that day at the City Lord's mansion. He knew that Yang Kai had indeed killed Mu Zhang, and even used his physique to write a large death character on the wall to scare all the guests. However, this matter was Mu Zhang courting death himself. He insisted on taking action despite not having any abilities. Who else's fault was it that Yang Kai killed him to strike fear into the others? Still, it was obvious that the White Cloud's Tower wouldn't just let this go. That little brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master came here to ask him for a reasonable explanation. The heart-seeking pavilion's pavilion master also came out. Sect Master Yi, just give Yang Kai to us. That will give face to all of us. As various third-order Dao Source Realm masters leveled their accusations, the higher-ups of Thousand Leaves sect all gradually changed expressions. However, Yi Hen still maintained a calm expression. He turned to look at the blue-haired man who was sitting on the rickshaw. "Palace Lord Xiao, is this also your intention?" Yi Hen wasn't afraid of everyone else here, but the one he couldn't ignore was this blue-haired man. He was Palace Master Qiu Zhe of the Sky Illumination Palace, and was a Peak Dao Source Realm Master. It was said that he had been in retreat to try and peer into the secrets of the Emperor Realm over the past 10 years in hopes of a breakthrough. No news had been heard over the past 10+ years of him going outside, so it was unexpected that he would actually come to the Thousand Leaves sect today. Yi Hen didn't dare to relax his guard against this person, since it was highly likely that he would reach the Emperor Realm. Once he was an emperor, not a single person within a radius of 100,000 kilometers would be capable of challenging him. Qiu Zhe smiled slightly. "My son Qiu Yu is unskilled and suffered against that little brat surnamed Yang. This king came here to invite him to be a guest at my Sky Illumination Palace for a few days to teach Qiu Yu how to cultivate. They're both youngsters, so they should be able to find some common topics to talk about. Please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi." His words sounded polite, but everyone knew that this was only an excuse. Yang Kai had indeed seriously injured Qiu Yu at the City Lord's mansion on that day. However, Qiu Zhe wouldn't personally act just for that alone. Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves sect had a long-standing grudge with each other. Sky Illumination Palace was a new sect that had hope of becoming the leader of this region, while the Thousand Leaves sect was an old great force that was currently declining. If the prior wanted to gain authority, it would obviously benefit them to attack the latter. As long as Qiu Zhe could eliminate the Thousand Leaves sect, Sky Illumination Palace's authority would be untouchable and he would become the ruler of this entire area. "Give him up. Sect Master Yi, we have no grudge with your Thousand Leaves sect and don't want to make things difficult for you. However, that bastard surnamed Yang can't be forgiven that easily. Sect Master Yi, don't shelter him." The major sect masters all began to speak up and pressure Thousand Leaves sect. Yi Hen furrowed his brow. The higher-ups of the Thousand Leaves sect who came with him all felt panic in their hearts as their expressions changed. Although the sect defending array was protecting them, and the people here probably couldn't do anything to them, Thousand Leaves sect's disciples would need to go out eventually. It was impossible to hide behind their array forever. If they antagonized so many great forces, Thousand Leaves sect would never know peace afterwards. The Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups all glanced at Yi Hen as they thought of this. They didn't know just what kind of relationship Yang Kai and Yi Hen had, or why Yang Kai came to hide at Thousand Leaves sect after causing so much trouble, which brought trouble to the sect. Also, why did Yi Hen still accept Yang Kai despite clearly knowing about all of this? This obviously didn't seem like a wise decision. Sect Master. A second-order Dao Source Realm Elder gently called out to Yi Hen. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was quite obvious. Yang Kai wasn't related at all to Thousand Leaves sect, so the elder felt that they should cooperate here and give Yang Kai to the others in exchange for safety, which was better than having so many hostile people blocking their doorstep. Yi Hen glanced at the elder and calmly declared, "I know what I'm doing." When the elder heard this, he could only heavily sigh without saying anything more. He was from an older generation of Thousand Leaves sect and had watched Yi Hen grow up. He understood Yi Hen's temperament and knew that the latter wouldn't do anything ridiculous. Thus, he chose to believe that Yi Hen wouldn't harm the sect, even though he was still really worried. Sect Master. Thousand Leaves sect Vice Sect Master Shirtsong Ing suddenly came over and cupped his fists as he quickly said, "This sure feels that our foreign friend's words are reasonable. That little brat surnamed Yang doesn't know any respect and dared to act as he pleased in the city lord's mansion, which is too ridiculous. He even killed someone as venerated as Sir Kution, so he's clearly a bloodthirsty person who relishes in murder. No matter what his goals are, he definitely doesn't have good intentions in coming to our Thousand Leaves sect. This sure asks the sect master to give that boy over to our friends here to deal with, so that others don't speak bad about us by making claims such as our Thousand Leaves sect being in collusion with him, which will ruin our reputation." Chiu Zhe smiled. "Vice Sect Master sure understands well. Very good, very good." Shirtsonging smiled. "Heaven is watching us. This sure is simply acting according to the will of heaven. Palace Lord Chiu is too polite." Yi Hen spoke coldly, "Brother Sure, this Yi previously declared that young Master Yang is an honored guest of our Thousand Leaves sect, and that no one is allowed to do anything to him. If you still view me as the sect master, then don't speak of this again." Shirtsongying's expression changed slightly. "Sect master, are you going to ignore the 10,000 years of foundation that our ancestors left to us?" Yi Hen replied, "It is precisely because I care about that foundation that I can't give young Master Yang to anyone." Only Yi Hen and Yi Jinghan knew that Yang Kai had gone to repair the sealed world's entrance. Yi Hen hadn't mentioned this matter to anyone else, so even Shirtsongying didn't know why Yi Hen insisted so much on protecting Yang Kai. Shirtsongying's heart jumped when he saw Yi Hen's adamant expression and demeanor that seemed like Yi Hen would fight him if he said anything more about this topic. In Shirtsongying's mind, Yi Hen wasn't such a forceful person, as Yi Hen was already old and his cultivation wasn't making any more progress. Yi Hen had always been polite to him over the years, so logically speaking, Yi Hen should have carefully considered anything that he said. Even if he objected, Yi Hen shouldn't have used such a harsh tone to refuse. So, it made him wonder as to the reasons Yi Hen was so adamant on the topic related to that brat surnamed Yang. Shirtsongying instinctively felt that there was more to this matter, but he didn't have the time to carefully think it over. His expression darkened as he warned, "Sect Master, you insist on doing this despite everyone's objections. Must you endanger the sect like this? Have you thought about our 3,000 disciples' feelings and their future? One mistaken decision from you could ruin our entire sect. This sure is Thousand Leaves sect Vice Sect Master. So I have the duty and responsibility to think about the future of our sect and our disciples." Yi Hen answered coldly, "Are you thinking for your own sake, or for the sect's sake?" Before Shirtsongying could reply, Yi Hen shouted in a harsh tone, "I've made my decision. Stand back." Shirtsongying was so surprised to hear this that his body trembled reflexively. It was as if he had just remembered that Yi Hen was the Thousand Leaves sect master, while he was only a vice sect master. Outside the sect defending array, all the masters watched the show while chuckling coldly in their hearts. It was rumored that Thousand Leaves sect was unstable internally, and that Yi Hen and Shirtsongying didn't get along well. It now seemed like those rumors were true after all. These two people were the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect, yet they were actually arguing at such a time, so it was apparent just how much Thousand Leaves sect had rotted away internally. Such a sect wasn't likely to survive for much longer. Everyone kept chuckling mentally as they thought about this. They felt as if they could envision the moment of the Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Xianxia naturally felt like he lost face since Yihen had reprimanded him like this in front of everyone's eyes. He became angry out of shame as he declared, "Fine, since Sect Master won't listen to advice and insists on doing things his way without care for the sect's safety, then don't blame this Shi for no longer viewing you as the Sect Master." Yihen was somewhat astonished as he coldly shouted, "What are you planning to do?" Xianxia smiled. The little brat surnamed Yang antagonized so many sects, yet he is hiding in our Thousand Leaves sect and bringing trouble to our doorstep. This Shi is naturally going to hand him over for the sect's disciples' sake. Sect Master, rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if anyone wants to assign blame in the future, this Shi will take all responsibility, which won't soil your reputation. He acted all justified, as if he was heroically willing to take a tainted reputation for the sect's sake. This instantly gained him the favor of several Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups, who all felt that Yihen was indeed insisting on having his way despite everyone's objections. Yihen seemed to suddenly realize something as he exclaimed, "You dare to send people to capture them?" Only now did Yihen realize that 3 elders loyal to Xianxia had disappeared. Those 3 elders were all second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, so Yang Kai's friends wouldn't be able to stop them at all. Yang Kai's friends were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, and although their rooms had barriers set up, the elders were highly knowledgeable about the barriers and could easily remove them. After Yihen considered all this, his expression greatly changed as he really wanted to kill Xianxia with a single blow right here. Yihen's daughter had worked so hard on inviting Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect to fix the sealed world's entrance. Yet his own vice sect master was going to attack Yang Kai's friends now. How was he supposed to explain this to Yang Kai if the latter learned about this? Yihen had already made his calculations that even if he antagonized all these sects this time, as long as Yang Kai could repair the sealed world's entrance and help the Thousand Leaves sect recover their secret arts and secret techniques, it would all be worth it. At most, the Thousand Leaves sect would remain on their mountain for several years and have their sect's cultivators learn those secret arts and secret techniques. As long as they could control the 30 or so Dao Source-grade puppets in the plaza, Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't need to be afraid of any nearby sect, and they would also gain breathing room. And as time passed, wouldn't they also be able to control the heaven-grade puppets as well? Once the Thousand Leaves sect could control the heaven-grade puppets, they would instantly become a first-class sect. They would have nothing to fear then from a trifling sky illumination palace. Every sect within a radius of 100,000 kilometers would have to look up to and respect Thousand Leaves sect or perish. However, Yihen never expected that Xianxia would be so underhanded and wicked as to send his subordinates to capture Yang Kai's friends. Once Yang Kai's friends were captured, of course Yang Kai would never let it be. The Thousand Leaves sect also wouldn't be able to ever get its lost secret arts and secret techniques then, which would truly be the end of the Thousand Leaves sect. Yihen felt both panic and anger as he considered all this. Xianxia, if you're really thinking about the sect's future, then immediately call those people back. Xianxia coldly snorted. It's already too late. Xianxia could already guess why all the masters outside had come here when he heard about the news. So he secretly told his loyal followers to wait in hiding for his command. When he saw that Yihen was unwilling to give Yang Kai up, he had secretly given the command to capture Yang Kai's friends. So it was too late to mention it now. You? Yihen felt some hot blood rushing up to his throat. He almost spat it out in his anger as he pointed at Xianxia and ground his teeth. Do you know what a huge mistake you're making? If anything at all happens to Yang Kai's friends, this sect master will make you take full responsibility. Xianxia's expression darkened as he said, "This Shi's intentions are solely for the sake of the sect, which heaven can bear witness to. Even if our ancestors were standing here now, they would also feel that this Shi is making the right decision." Yihen finally spat out some blood when he saw that Xianxia was so unwilling to back down. Xianxia glanced at him coldly and calmly declared, "Sect Master, you're getting old and you're no longer suited to lead Thousand Leaves sect. Your stubborn and antiquated way of thinking will only cause Thousand Leaves sect to stop making any progress. Everyone's expressions really changed when they heard this. They realized that Xianxia wanted to take this opportunity to seize power for himself. The elders all had panicked expressions and didn't know what to do. Duxian angrily shouted, "Old dog Shi, how dare you do something so treacherous? Today, I shall clean up the sect on my master's behalf." He was standing behind Yihen as he witnessed everything clearly. Although he also didn't know why Yihen valued Yang Kai so much, Yihen was still his master. Of course, Du Xian felt his heart ache when his master had been angered so much by Xianxia to the point where he even coughed up blood. As he spoke, a long sword with a chilling light suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword flashed as he directly stabbed the sword towards Xianxia. Xianxia stood where he was with a condescending expression. He reached out with his hand and viciously slapped. "As a sect disciple, you dare to attack a senior and make a move against this king? Yihen really has raised such a fine disciple." As he spoke, the source chi from his hand crashed against the sword. There was a boom as the sword shattered and a palm print struck Du Xian's body, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. This all happened in just the blink of an eye. Although there was a sect defending array between them, Qiuzhe and the others could see everything quite clearly. They all began to smile sarcastically. They had banded together to make things difficult for Thousand Leaves sect today while expecting a hard battle. But they hadn't expected that Thousand Leaves sect would start to fall apart from the inside before they even did anything. The sect master and vice sect master kept arguing, while a disciple attacked first without respect for a senior and was injured. At this rate, it seemed that they could conquer Thousand Leaves sect without even needing to do anything apart from stand here and watch the good show. When everyone thought about this, they all had expressions as if things were already over. Sect Master Shi is courageous and just. This Qiu is impressed. Qiuzhe smiled towards Xianxia and cupped his fists from afar. Qiuzhe was already calling Xianxia Sect Master, making it obvious that he felt Yihen had no power to overturn the situation. When Xianxia heard this, he also cupped his fists in return. Palace Lord Qiu is exaggerating. This Shi is simply thinking for the sake of his sect, unlike a certain person whose eyes are clouded as he dares to go against heaven and bring trouble to his own sect. Qiuzhe said, "This king feels that Thousand Leaves sect will definitely have a bright future under Sect Master Shi's leadership." Xianxia smiled lightly and took a humble tone. "I'll have to ask Palace Lord Qiu to take care of my sect often in the future." His words made it evident that he would often be interacting with Sky Illumination Palace and subordinating himself to them in the future. Yihen spat out some more blood when he heard this as he angrily roared, "Xianxia, you will regret this. The 10,000-year foundation that our ancestors left us will all be ruined in your hands. What face will you have to see our ancestors on the day that you die?" Xianxia laughed coldly. "I wonder who it will be that doesn't have face to see our ancestors? This Shi has nothing to feel guilty about. Even if my soul goes to hell, our ancestors won't blame me for anything." Yihen's face was pale white and his aura seemed quite withered. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word as he glared at Xianxia with such hatred that it seemed he wanted to devour the latter. Meanwhile, Qiuzhe nodded in satisfaction. "Sect Master Shi should first give us that boy Yang Kai. We've waited here for quite some time already." "But of course." Xianxia smiled slightly. Calculating the time, they should be here soon. He then glanced towards a certain direction and smiled. "See, they're here as expected." When everyone heard him say this, they all glanced in that direction. Yihen felt even more panicked as he secretly circulated his source chi to prepare for any moment that Xianxia was distracted to attack. No matter what, Yihen wouldn't allow Yang Kai's friends to be given over. However, Yihen's expression flickered and he furrowed his brow when he peered into the distance. Xianxia had a strange expression, as well as it seemed he too noticed that something was off. A beam of light crookedly flew over from the direction everyone was staring, and a moment later, the beam of light landed in front of everyone to reveal a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. This man seemed to be around 50 years old, and was one of the loyal followers of Xianxia, as well as an elite of Thousand Leaves sect's progressive faction. But at this moment, This elder was actually covered in blood with a wretched appearance. Not only that, but his aura was also fluctuating unstably, so it was obvious to all that he was seriously injured. Yihen couldn't help but stare in confusion when he saw this elder. Shi Songying's expression greatly changed as well as he hurried over and supported his follower and asked, "What happened? Who injured you? Didn't you go to capture those 5? Where are the others?" When the elder heard this, he exclaimed with fear, "There was a master at the third order Dao source realm. We couldn't defeat that person. 7th elder and 9th elder were captured." "What?" Shi Songying's expression greatly changed. "They were captured?" He barely dared to believe what his ears just heard. His expression was one of, "Are you kidding me?" as he looked at the injured elder. Shi Songying obviously knew the cultivation level of Yang Kai's friends. They were all at the first order Dao source realm, with one person being in the origin king realm. How could such weaklings possibly be any opponent for his 3 subordinates? However, the current situation was that 2 had been captured, while the 3rd escaped here while being seriously injured. If it wasn't for the fact that this elder had always been really loyal to him, Shi Songying almost would have suspected that he was lying to try and rattle him. "Who captured them?" Shi Songying asked with astonishment. "A woman. Woman." Shi Songying had a thoroughly surprised expression as he seemed to think of something that caused him to grit his teeth. They were just pretending to be weak? He was under the impression that Qi Yu had concealed her true cultivation level, which was why his 3 loyal elders had been unable to win and were captured. However, the elder shook his head. "No, I've never seen that woman before. I don't even know when she arrived in the sect." "Never seen her before?" Shi Songying was even more confused. He then immediately became angry. "Even if she is a third-order Dao source realm master, the 3 of you shouldn't have been defeated in such a pathetic manner, right?" Shi Songying seemed to be so angry that he was almost on the verge of cursing at the elder for being a useless piece of trash. The elder answered pitifully, "That woman is definitely at the peak of the Dao source realm. There was also some slight emperor intent contained in her attacks. If it wasn't for that, even if we couldn't win, we obviously wouldn't have been defeated by her in a single moment." Emperor intent? Shi Songying was really astonished now. Having emperor intent in her attacks meant that she already understood some secrets of the emperor realm. In other words, as long as that woman had enough time, she would definitely break through to the emperor realm. Thousand Leaves sect could not afford to antagonize a future emperor realm master. Shi Songying instantly felt like his heart was in chaos as he contemplatively looked at Yihen. He felt that Yihen must have arranged for that woman to protect Yang Kai's friends, but then he immediately knew his thoughts were mistaken when he looked over, because Yihen also had a look of confusion on his face. It was obvious that he didn't know when this mysterious peak Dao source realm woman had appeared. The sect master and vice sect master had no idea that such a master had arrived in their Thousand Leaves sect. It was likely that nobody would believe them if they swore to it. Qiu Zhe suddenly chuckled coldly. "Sect Master Shi, your subordinates seem to be a bit unreliable. They can't even capture some trivial ants." Shi Songying was feeling frustrated to begin with, so he instantly became angry upon hearing the sarcasm. Palace Lord Qiu simply needs to watch our sex matters without speaking too much about them. Qiu Zhe snorted and slowly stood up from the rickshaw. He then walked over towards the sect defending array while saying, "Originally, this Qiu didn't want to get involved in your noble sect's affairs. However, this matter is related to the great forces in this area, so this king as a leader of the forces within 100,000 kilometers cannot ignore it, can he?" Right after he spoke, an unimaginable aura suddenly shot out explosively from his body. At that instant, it seemed as if all the space around him froze over as the world principles began to shake. Everyone enveloped by this power felt as if a large mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe or use the power in their bodies. Visible ripples even appeared on the Thousand Leaves sect's defending array because of this power. At this instant, Qiu Zhe seemed to become the ruler of this land who could decide everyone's life or death at his whim, with no one able to resist him. Emperor. Realm. White Cloud's tower's Mu Guan's legs started to tremble. He almost kneeled as his eyes shook violently as he stared in disbelief at Qiu Zhe. The others also had shocked and pale expressions. This was even more so for Ruanhongbo of Sky Peak Temple. Blood seemed to instantly drain out of his face. Before, he hadn't cared much about Qiu Zhe, since they were both third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although rumors said that Qiu Zhe had been in retreat for the past 10 years to study the secrets of the Emperor Realm, Qiu Zhe hadn't shown any signs of success, so as long as he didn't succeed, everyone would still be equals. Earlier, Ruanhongbo had been quite displeased to see Qiu Zhe acting all high and mighty, feeling the latter was far too arrogant. If Qiu Zhe was already behaving like this before reaching the Emperor Realm, just how much worse would his behavior become after he became an emperor? However, he now knew why Qiu Zhe hadn't even glanced at him from the start. It turned out that Qiu Zhe had already made a breakthrough to the Emperor Realm at some unknown time. Considering all this, large beads of sweat the size of beans began dripping down Ruanhongbo's forehead. He knew that life in Sky Peak Temple would be difficult for him in the future. Originally, Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace were similar in strength, but an emperor had appeared in the latter. If Sky Peak Temple wanted to survive now, they would have to show their sincerity. Qiu Zhe had become a veritable overlord. No wonder he came over so rampantly and smugly. Inside the sect defending Array, Yi Hen and the others had all paled in despair. The sect was already in turmoil and split into two because of that opportunist Xianxia, and now, Qiu Zhe had actually reached the Emperor Realm and was standing right outside their sect defending Array. How could they withstand all of this? Xianxia was also horrified. He no longer dared to be reckless with Qiu Zhe and congratulated fearfully. So, Palace Lord Qiu has already advanced to the Emperor Realm. This sure congratulates Palace Lord Qiu. Ruanhongbo and Muzhang also said in unison. Congratulations to Palace Lord Qiu for ascending to the Emperor Realm. Qiu Zhe laughed loudly, the sound of his laughter deafening, sending chills down everyone's spine. Inside the mountain cave, Yang Kai was staring at the strange oval stone, not daring to miss even the slightest of changes. After smashing tens of millions of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals and turning them into a mist of world energy, an even more powerful devouring power emerged from within the strange stone, constantly swallowing up this energy. And, as time went by, the crimson light on the surface of the stone became even more exuberant while Lu Yan's aura also became clearer and clearer. A few days passed and Yang Kai gradually realized that things were different from what he expected. Lu Yan was not in danger. Even though she had been swallowed up by the strange stone, Yang Kai could sense that Lu Yan was sleeping within it. She was in an extremely peaceful state, and traces of cheerfulness were even mixed into her unconsciously releasing aura. It seemed like this encounter was not a bad thing for her, but rather a good thing. Could it be that Yi Chang's words were true? That there really is an opportunity here, but that this opportunity is for Lu Yan? Remembering that Yi Chong had been staring at Lu Yan when he mentioned the opportunity, Yang Kai believed it might really be the case. Though whatever the opportunity was still a mystery to Yang Kai. So, all he could do now was to watch over Lu Yan and see what happened. A day later, the sea of world energy in the cave had become extremely thin. Even though the world energy in this sealed world was also very dense, the strange stone didn't seem full yet. Yang Kai crushed another 1,000,000 source crystals and allowed the strange stone to swallow it up with the same method. At this moment, the entire stone had already become crimson red, as if it had just been fished out of a pool of lava. The cave had also become extremely hot, so much so that even the surrounding walls were melting. Meanwhile, Lu Yan's aura was becoming clearer, but what surprised Yang Kai was the fact that Lu Yan's aura seemed to be much stronger than before, and there was also another type of feeling to it, an indescribable feeling. Looking at it, a thought suddenly came to Yang Kai's mind and he exclaimed, "Isn't this an egg?" He was preoccupied before and didn't care much, but now that he looked at it carefully, he discovered that the oval shape of the strange stone was just like that of an egg. Considering all of this, Yang Kai then remembered that Xiao and his own embodiment had emerged from a black stone previously. It was the special way stone puppets were naturally born. Could it be that Lu Yan would also emerge from this strange stone? This strange stone was different from the two he got back then, so this was not produced by the stone puppet race. Xianxia also couldn't say what sort of thing this stone was, but after this guess came to mind, Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. If his guess was correct, then Lu Yen would eventually emerge from the shell, and who knows what would become of her when that time came. This really was a priceless opportunity for Lu Yen. Another 2 days went by. The speed at which the strange stone absorbed world energy had clearly decreased and was growing slower as time went on. Xianxia knew that the stone must have become saturated. What had happened to Lu Yen would be revealed at any moment. So he just stared at the stone without moving a muscle, heart pounding heavily. Half a day later, just as Xianxia was growing apprehensive, a crisp sound suddenly came from the strange stone. Xianxia was startled and quickly looked towards the stone. There, he found that a small crack had actually formed on the surface. When the crack appeared, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction. More cracking noises rang out as a dense spider web of cracks appeared on the egg's surface. Xianxia's expression focused. He watched the stone even more closely, ready to lend Lu Yen a helping hand at any time. Voila! After that noise, the strange stone suddenly split into several pieces, then into countless tiny pieces and fell to the ground. Xianxia was shocked. He thought that something had happened to Lu Yen, but only when he saw the crimson glow in place where the strange stone was, did his heart finally relax. That light was clearly transmitting Lu Yen's aura, indicating that she was fine. The light was strong and drenched the entire cave in red. Squinting his eyes to observe it, Xianxia couldn't find any clues. Probing with his divine sense also came up as a blur. It was as if the light had inherited the strange stone's ability to swallow up divine sense, so that he could not investigate clearly. It was only after an incense stick of time that the red glow waned and the cave returned to darkness. Only then did Xianxia get a clear view of the scene before him. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly turned round and his jaw went slack. He looked as shocked as if he had just seen a ghost in daylight, because the figure of a girl appeared where that strange stone once sat. This little girl looked about 7 or 8 and was lying on her side, her small body curled up with her 2 hands pillowing her head, sleeping peacefully. Xianxia could clearly hear her breathing. That in itself was surprising enough, but what was even more unbelievable to Xianxia was the fact that he could actually feel Lu Yan's aura coming from the little girl's body. Is this Lu Yan? Xianxia's eyes almost popped out. Ever since Lu Yan was able to assume human form, she had always appeared before Xianxia as a beautiful woman with revealing clothes, a pair of plump peaks and a well-defined bottom that could stimulate one's imaginations. But after this sudden change, she ended up like this. Xianxia simply could not accept this. But it wouldn't make sense if this was not Lu Yan either, because Lu Yan's aura was in fact radiating from the little girl. Not only that, but she also perfectly inherited Lu Yan's fiery red hair. The smooth red hair was draped over her body, covering up the small figure conservatively. Only then did Xianxia notice that there were no clothes on the little girl's body. The red hair had been covering her up, so he obviously didn't notice it before. While Xianxia was bewildered, the long lashes of the girl in front of him quivered a little. Then she slowly opened her eyes. She still seemed a little confused at the situation at hand. Glancing around, she soon found a dumbfounded face in front of her, and only then did she sit up. Once she sat up, her long hair slipped down, revealing her fair white body. However, she was clearly still quite confused and her face looked dazed. Xianxia quickly turned away and rummaged around his space ring, taking out a piece of clothing before tossing it directly to her. In a flash, the wide fabric covered her up. "Master, what are you doing?" The little girl mumbled in dissatisfaction as she reached up to pull the clothes off her head. But as soon as the words came out, she froze. Her beautiful eyes trembled fiercely for a while. Then she brought her 2 hands in front of her and stared at them in a daze. A few moments later, a tragic scream rang out from inside the cave. An hour later, Xianxia and the little girl gradually calmed themselves down. The two sat face to face, one with a strange expression, and the other teary-eyed, mouth pursed into a line. The little girl was indeed Lu Yan, but she had no idea why she had turned into this form. Lu Yen had already put on the clothes Yang Kai's gave her, but they were far too big for her current size. The loose clothes matched with that pitiful expression on her face was enough to melt anyone's heart, making one want to gently comfort and coax her not to cry. Appearance-wise, she did have some trace of Lu Yen in her, but it was the child version of Lu Yen. She had a pink and delicate face like jade, just like an exquisite porcelain doll. She had fair and rosy skin still with some baby fat on her cheeks, making it hard to resist reaching out to give them a pinch to test the texture. Seen enough yet? Lu Yen glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression. Yang Kai shrugged and spoke calmly. You do know you're completely not intimidating in your current appearance, right? Lu Yen gnashed her teeth. After turning out like this, even her voice had become childlike. It was crisp and pleasant, no longer the cold but sultry voice she had before. All right. Yang Kai consoled her, saying solemnly, let me ask you, do you feel anything wrong after transforming? Not really. It's just a little hard to get used to. Lu Yen responded softly. Can't you transform back to how you were before? Yang Kai asked. Lu Yen responded, perhaps you haven't noticed yet, master, but I have my own body now. What? Yang Kai was shocked at those words and immediately probed with his divine sense. However, his divine sense was swallowed up as soon as it reached Lu Yan's body. He couldn't investigate the situation at all. It was the same as before. That was why Yang Kai couldn't figure out much about Lu Yan's current situation. Now that he heard her say so, did Yang Kai remember to take a closer look. But since his divine sense didn't work, he could only use his hands. Considering this, Yang Kai immediately reached out to pinch Lu Yan's little cheek. Once he made contact, he knew what Lu Yan said was true. She did in fact have her own body now, because the sensation on his fingers was not just pure energy. It was real and solid. Not only that, but Lu Yan's face was just like a human's, very elastic and was soft to the touch. Yang Kai believed few people in this world could compare to her. Yang Kai couldn't help but squeeze it even more. Lu Yen slapped his hand away in disgust. That hurts! She rubbed her cheek while pouting. How can this be? Yang Kai frowned. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit that assumed human form. She was supposed to be a being of pure energy, so she couldn't have her own physical body. As far as he knew, there existed a spirit pill called the Flesh Incarnation pill that could help a cultivator who has lost their physical body regain one. But the refinement of that pill required the Flesh Incarnation fruit, a spirit fruit that had already gone extinct. Lu Yen was swallowed up by that strange stone, but after breaking out of the shell, she now had her own body. No matter how Yang Kai thought about it, it was unbelievable. Does that mean that the stone had a similar effect to the Flesh Incarnation fruit? What sort of heaven-defying thing was this? Lu Yen frowned. I think I understand a little bit about the situation now. I can't tell why, but I get the feeling this body feels a bit like a puppet. A puppet? Yang Kai raised his brows. Lu Yen gently nodded. There are many array diagrams and subtle refinement traces inside my body, but the traces seem completely natural and very old. It should have been refined by a grandmaster many years ago. Yang Kai was piqued. Seemingly having remembered something, he exclaimed, Spirit-grade puppet? He previously heard from Xianxia that the puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect were divided into several grades. Other than the Earth-grade and Heaven-grade puppets he had seen before, there was an even higher grade of puppet called Spirit-grade, and it was rumored that these Spirit-grade puppets had their own sentience. Not only could they think for themselves, but they could also become even stronger by cultivating. However, even at their peak, the Thousand Leaves sect did not have many Spirit-grade puppets. After their decline, who knows where these Spirit-grade puppets had gone. Yang Kai did not believe it before, but Lu Yan's current situation can only be explained by the existence of Spirit-grade puppets. The strange stone wasn't something that came from nature. It was something refined by one generation of the Thousand Leaves sect's grandmasters, and was likely a prototype for Spirit-grade puppets. After Lu Yan's soul entered and broke out of it, this was the final state she transformed into. In that case, it seems these Spirit-grade puppets were not born sentient, but rather by a fusion similar to a living being's soul and a puppet's body. Considering all this, Yang Kai understood. Now, he felt even more certain that his guesses were correct. It was no wonder Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yen when he talked about the opportunity. With his senses, he could naturally see at a glance that Lu Yen was not a physical entity, but rather an artifact spirit that assumed human form. And the prototype of the spirit-grade puppet inside the cave was undoubtedly the best choice to become Lu Yen's body. In that case, if he hadn't seen Lu Yen back then, this opportunity may not have been mentioned. It was precisely because he saw Lu Yen that he pointed it out. But he didn't mention it too clearly. It was likely there was still some reluctance in his heart. That strange stone was likely the last spirit-grade puppet prototype. Perhaps no one would be able to refine such a thing again in the future, so he naturally would want to leave such a thing to the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect. That guy is a bit sentimental, but it's just useless baggage if no one can really use it. Yang Kai secretly criticized him, but very soon he put his thoughts aside. No matter what, it was a fact that Lu Yen possessed her own body now. Even though her body was a little odd, compared to her previous human form, it was undoubtedly much better. Having a physical body and not having one are two completely different things. Lu Yen also seemed to finally be rejoicing. She tossed aside the inconvenience that this little body would bring to her in the future and brought her two hands before her eyes, turning them over and examining them, smiles covering her face. How is the integration of your soul to this body? Any signs of incompatibility? Yang Kai asked in concern. This spirit-grade puppet was not Lu Yan's natural body after all. So if the fusion of body and soul was not perfect, it was likely to come with serious consequences in the future. Just like possession, the reason why that was difficult and the success rate low was because of a compatibility problem between the soul and the possessed body. If a powerful soul wishes to possess a cultivator, it must find a body that is highly compatible with them. Even so, it was not always possible to succeed, and a slight mistake could ruin everything. Hearing this, Lu Yen shook her head. There aren't any problems. Feels like I was just born. Like this body was made just for me. Is that so? Yang Kai had watched with his own eyes as she broke out of the shell and gained new life. But hearing Lu Yen say this did reassure him a lot. He was afraid that the body wouldn't integrate well with Lu Yan's soul, but now it seemed Thousand Leaves sect must have considered these problems perfectly when their grandmaster refined the strange stone and managed to solve the issue through some special means. Otherwise, how could they refine a human-shaped puppet and force a living soul into it? It was precisely because of this shell-breaking experience that Lu Yan's soul was able to merge perfectly with her present body. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel impressed inside. Hee. Now I will be able to have a childhood. Lu Yen smiled as prettily as a flower. Be careful. You might not be able to grow at all and look like this for the rest of your life. Yang Kai poured cold water on her. Lu Yan's face went dark instantly. After pausing for a while though, she easily nodded. Then I'll just accept it for what it is. After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai finally learned of the might of a spirit-grade puppet. The current Lu Yen could actually cultivate to enhance her own strength. If it were before, this would have been impossible. Before this, Lu Yen could only assume human form and devour fire attribute precious treasures to enhance her strength. She had been using the sun's true essence that Yang Kai obtained long ago, and now the energy inside of it had already been depleted by half. But now, Lu Yen could absorb world energy and refine it for herself. Not only that, but Lu Yen even had a strong cultivation at the level of third-order Dao Source Realm. That meant that as long as she was given a suitable secret art, then she would be able to cultivate and become stronger like a normal person. One day, she may even be able to advance to the Emperor realm. She was currently a completely separate entity. The moment she was swallowed up by the strange stone, her connection with Yang Kai had been cut off. Lu Yen had truly been reborn. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He had originally planned to build a body for Lu Yen in the future when he was strong enough to go and find a flesh incarnation fruit and refine a flesh incarnation pill for her. But he didn't expect such a joyful event to come so quickly. This spirit-grade puppet body had perfectly solved this problem. Yang Kai gave Lu Yen a space ring containing many source crystals, various healing pills, cultivation pills, as well as several artifacts he couldn't use but were of good quality. There was even the Emperor artifact, Annihilation Thunder Bead, that he passed to her for her use. That was because the Annihilation Thunder Bead did not need much refining and only needed to be filled with power to use, which was perfect for Lu Yen. It was the first time Lu Yen got to have her own space ring and even so many things that belonged to her, so she was overjoyed. She was playing non-stop with the space ring, enjoying herself massively. A day later, the two of them returned to the base platform of the space array. Yang Kai did not intend to continue exploring this sealed world, as he had already gotten a lot out of this trip, so he took it for what it was worth. There were no grudges between him and Thousand Leaves sect, and this sealed world belonged to them after all. Yang Kai couldn't just take away all the good things from here, that would be far too rude of him. It wasn't too much trouble for Yang Kai to repair the base platform of the array. In just 4 hours, the marks were completely gone from the base platform, and the entire thing looked just like new. Yang Kai took out a few source crystals and placed them in the grooves of the platform and began circulating his source chi. After a flash of light, the platform was empty. Thousand Leaves sect, in a nameless mountain valley. The beauty that was refreshing like a spring day from before had all disappeared. The entire place was a wreck and traces of battle could be seen all over. Many cultivator corpses could be seen strewn across the mountain valley, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The stench of blood in the air alone was enough to make a person gag. There, at the base platform, Yi Jinghan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and her tender body was covered in blood. A bone-deep wound spread from her shoulder blade down to her arm, a shocking sight to behold. Beside her, Hua Qingxi, Qi Yu, Gue Zhe, Aio, and Gu Songyun all looked exhausted. They more or less had traces of injuries on their bodies, and among them, Hua Qingxi seemed to be the most heavily injured. She seemed to have suffered internal injuries and her face was drained of blood. At this moment, Thousand Leaves sect had encountered their greatest crisis ever. Vice sect Master Shi Tsongying had betrayed them and colluded with Palace Master Qiu Zhe from Sky Illumination Palace. Together, they broke through the sect defending array of Thousand Leaves sect and slaughtered more than 1,000 of their disciples. Yi Hen led several elders to meet the enemy, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. Many died and many more who were injured. The sect disciples who were able to run had also fled. If they couldn't, they were either killed or captured. It took only half a day to turn a sect into a ghost town. Battle scars could be seen all throughout the entire Thousand Leaves mountain range with countless lives claimed. Hua Qingxi and the others were also embroiled in the mess. Even though Hua Qingxi had already touched upon Emperor intent, the disparity between her and Qiu Zhe was still great. After a great battle, Hua Qingxi was lucky to come out of it with her life. Under Yi Jinghan's aid, they brought Qi Yu and the others with them and fled to this nameless mountain valley. This place has now become the last refuge of Thousand Leaves sect. The masters of various foreign sects gathered together with Qiu Zhe in the lead outside the mountain valley, staring intently into it. "This is the restricted area of your noble sect?" Qiu Zhe stood outside the mountain valley with his hands behind his back, looking on coldly before him while he asked the men at his side. His face was not as rosy as before. Even though he had an absolute advantage in the battle with Hua Qingxi, he never would have thought a fight with a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator would nearly injure him. That woman is no ordinary cultivator. She likely comes from one of the top sects. Otherwise, she would not have such power. If there was someone Qiu Zhe was most afraid of right now, then it was undoubtedly Hua Qingxi. He was afraid of provoking someone he should not provoke, but in this situation he had no choice but to cut the weeds and pull out the roots. Otherwise, once the news spreads to the sect behind this woman, then there was no way Sky Illumination Palace could withstand the consequences. So, he led his men all the way here in pursuit of her, but they were blocked by the many mysterious spirit arrays protecting this place. After many attempts to attack it, he was shocked to find that the spirit arrays within this valley were not something he could break. So he could only ask the man beside him. Upon hearing this, Shi Tsongying had a flattering smile on his face and bowed. Reporting to Palace Lord Qiu, "This is indeed the sect's restricted area. For generations, no one except the sect master could step foot inside." "Not even you?" Zhe glanced lightly at Shi Tsongying. Shi Tsongying said with some embarrassment, "Not even I have been inside before. From now on, you will be able to come and go here as you please," Zhe declared. Shi Tsongying was overjoyed at his words. He knew that Zhe was now finally treating him as Thousand Leaves sect master, under the premise that he bowed down to him. If he dared to have any ideas, however, Shi Tsongying would definitely die a miserable death. Zhe's advancement to the Emperor realm was not good news for any nearby sect, but for Shi Tsongying, the most important thing was to ensure his life first. The sect master of Sky Peak Temple and the others standing behind Zhe had hearts filled with fear. This was the authority an Emperor realm master possessed. Just by standing there, his pressure was great enough that the others didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The sect masters all felt angry inside. Why was it not them who advanced to the Emperor realm? It just had to be that old dog Zhe. At this moment, an old man suddenly rushed over, stopping behind Zhe and cupping his fists. "Palace Master, Yihen is unwilling to reveal the way into the mountain valley." Before Zhe had even spoken, Ruanhongbo from Sky Peak Temple began cursing. "Yihen, that old bastard really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Palace Lord Qiu was kind enough not to ask for his life, but he's still being so stubborn." Mu Guan of White Cloud's Tower also chimed in. "Indeed. Since Yihen refuses the toast, then he must drink the loss. Palace Lord Qiu needn't be polite with him anymore. If we all act together, I don't believe we won't be able to break the spirit array of this mountain valley." As he spoke, he put on an eager pose to begin. Zhe blunt rebuked. "Do you know how long Thousand Leaves sect has inherited these lands? Even some of the top sects in the Southern Territory have not been around as long as Thousand Leaves sect. The spirit array in this mountain valley was personally set up by grandmasters over 10,000 years ago. Even this king does not have confidence he can break it, yet the few of you believe you have such capability." He had a derisive look on his face, but Mu Guan and the others did not dare retort and could only laugh in embarrassment. "What do you think, Sect Master Shi?" Zhe turned to Shi Tsongying and asked. Shi Tsongying pondered for a moment before he quickly said, "Yihen is a hard-headed man. This Shi has worked with him for many years, so this Shi can say that he understands his temperament and character well. Not to mention torturing him. Even if you really killed him, he would never reveal the way to break this array." "Oh? Sect Master Shi's opinion of Yihen is so high." Zhe looked a little surprised at Shi Tsongying. Shi Tsongying replied seriously, "He is nothing more than a stubborn old goat. If not for that, my Thousand Leaves sect would not have been in a constant decline." "Enough, this king is not interested in the affairs of your Thousand Leaves sect. You just need to tell me how to destroy the array." Zhe interrupted him impatiently. Shi Tsongying responded, "Since there is nothing we can do directly with Yihen, then we may as well try to find a breakthrough point from the people at his side." When he spoke up to this point, he put on a sly smile and continued, "Yihen has only had his daughter for many years, and their relationship is much better than your average father and daughter." Upon hearing this, Zhe turned to look at him, a profound glow in his eyes. Shi Tsongying's heart jumped. He thought he had said something wrong and was covered in cold sweat from the look he was given. Just as he was starting to get uneasy, Zhe suddenly laughed. "Sect Master Shi, I believe you watched Yi Jinghan grow up as well, didn't you? Do you feel no pity for her at all?" Shi Tsongying's expression turned solemn. "That little girl does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If she dares stand in the way of Palace Lord Qiu's great unification efforts, she must naturally pay the price. It is precisely because this Shi is her elder that he wishes for her to mature early. This can also be considered a test of her inner temperament. So to say, you are doing this for her sake?" Zhe's lips curved up into a derisive smile. Shi Tsongying responded resolutely, "This Shi hopes she can understand this Shi's efforts." Ruanhongbo and the others standing to the side were all covered in cold sweat as they listened to their conversation, all throwing frequent glances at Shi Tsongying. It seemed as if they did not realize Shi Tsongying's true nature until this moment, and at the same time, felt pity for Yihen to have raised such a monster by his side. But on second thought, they and Thousand Leaves sect were now foes rather than friends. They were simply in no position to sympathize with them, nor did they see a need to. Good. This king will leave this matter in your hands. I trust Sect Master Shur won't disappoint this king. This Shur will give his utmost in this matter. Shi Tsongying cupped his fists and answered quickly before turning back and beckoning. Bring them over! In the blink of an eye, Yi Hen and several high-level sect members who followed him were brought to the entrance to the mountain valley. Naturally, they began hurling insults at Shi Tsongying as soon as they got here, their eyes bloodshot and wanting nothing more than to bite Shi Tsongying to death. But Shi Tsongying was completely unfazed. He stood there calmly as if he didn't hear anything they said and yelled into the mountain valley. Marshal Nisyi, open your eyes and take a good look at who I have beside me. His voice spread loud and clear in all directions, and apparently reached deep into the mountain valley. Soon after his words came out, the scenery in the mountain valley suddenly changed. In a blink of an eye, the illusion array which had been maintained for 10,000 years was lifted, and the true scenery of the mountain valley was revealed to the crowd. Looking over, the figures of Yi Jinghan, Qiyu, and the others could clearly be seen. They stood only several thousand meters away from Shi Tsongying and them. Then right behind them was an array-based platform. Chiozei's eyes narrowed as he stared at the array-based platform for a moment before he exclaimed, "A space array?" Naturally, with his eyesight, he was able to see that the array-based platform was that of a space array, and a very old one at that. However, what he couldn't understand was why such a thing would appear in this mountain valley. Where does this space array connect to? Chiozei could not help but look towards Shi Tsongying with suspicion. Shi Tsongying also stared in confusion. Even though he knew that the mountain valley was a restricted area of Thousand Leaves sect, one only the sect masters were able to step foot inside, he had no idea what was hidden here. He always thought that this restricted area was where the sect masters of Thousand Leaves sect were buried, and that was why no one was allowed to enter, but now it seemed his guesses were wrong. This restricted area seemed to be connected with some other place. Noticing Chiozei's gaze, Shi Tsongying laughed embarrassedly. This Shur is also seeing this for the first time. This Shur had no idea what mysteries were hidden inside. Chiozei coldly snorted, clearly very displeased with this answer, but he still said without much concern, "That space array is likely damaged, otherwise they would have long escaped from here." Shi Tsongying hurriedly said, "Palace Lord Chou's vision is truly sharp to have already thought of this." While the two were talking, Yi Jinghan had already seen the sight outside of the mountain valley, and Yi Hen who was forced to kneel on the ground. Yi Hen's body was covered in blood at this moment and his aura had waned to a miserable degree. His cultivation also seemed to be sealed off, so he had no power to resist at all. Yi Hen was old to begin with, so being tortured now just made things worse. The way he was coughing up blood incessantly was unbearable to watch. "Father!" Yi Jinghan cried out in a trembling voice as tears flowed down her cheeks. Her heart was aching so much she could hardly breathe. When Hua Qingxi and the others saw the scene, their faces had all become very ugly to look at and they felt a deep sense of pity for this young girl. After Yi Jinghan shouted, she glared at Shi Tsongying. "Let my father go!" Shi Tsongying smirked. "Martial niece, you are a big girl now, so Martial uncle will not waste any words with you. I can let your father go, but you should know what you have to do for that to happen." Then, speaking up to this point, his face turned grim as he shouted, "Disable the spirit array around this mountain valley and Martial uncle will spare their lives." Before Yi Jingyan could say anything, Yi Hen shouted, "Jinghan, don't. Never dispel the spirit array no matter what." Shi Tsongying's face sank and he raised his hand and struck Yi Hen's body with his palm, restricting him completely so that he could not even speak anymore. When she saw this, Yi Jinghan immediately exclaimed, "Do not hurt my father. Martial Uncle Shi, you are also from Thousand Leaves sect. You are our sect's vice sect master. Why must you do such a thing? Has father ever mistreated you? Let him go, please. I beg of you." She begged him with all her heart and soul. It was a completely tragic sight, but Shi Tsongying was still unmoved. He just shook his head regretfully. Martial uncle hopes he can spare your father's life too, but my hands are tied. I hope you can understand. As he spoke, he slowly walked behind a second-order Dao Source Realm elder. Putting one hand on top of the elder's head, he looked at Yi Jinghan and said without hurry, "Watch properly, martial niece. For every 10 breaths you do not open the spirit array, martial uncle will kill one person." After he said that, he pushed the source chi in his palm, and the head of the bound thousand leaves sect elder burst open without even so much as a sound from him, his body falling stiffly to the ground. Not only did the sudden kill cause Yi Jinghan's face to pale and her eyes to grow desperate, even Wan Hongbo and the others were shocked. After all, the person he killed was an elder of Thousand Leaves sect, a fellow disciple he had known for many years whom he had worked with for centuries. But now, his face didn't even change when he killed him, showing how ruthless and cruel Shi Tsongying was. Only Qiu Zhe's face was filled with a satisfied smile. Martial uncle does not have much time, so think carefully. After killing one person, Shi Tsongying came behind another elder and also put his hand similarly on the elder's head. Then, without saying a word, he looked quietly up at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan was biting her red lips so hard that they bled. She looked at Yi Hen, only to see the man constantly shaking his head at her. She knew that her father did not approve of her disabling the spirit array. Yi Jinghan felt tormented. Even though she knew things would never end well if the spirit array was dispelled, nor improve her father's current situation, she could not help feeling guilty when she thought of the elder who had just been killed. She couldn't help but feel that she was the one who caused that elder's death. That elder was someone who watched her grow up and showed her so much love. He would often bring her out to play while she was little and taught her to cultivate when she was older. But now he had died right before her eyes. Yet she could only watch from afar, powerless to help. Time gradually went by and Shi Tsongying was about to kill another man. Yi Jinghan instantly became distraught, having no idea what to do. Right at that moment, a sly smile suddenly rose up Shi Tsongying's lips. He moved his hand away from the second elder and put it on the head of the man next to him instead. Yi Jinghan's face paled instantly and her tender body began trembling fiercely. Shi Tsongying's blood-stained hand was now placed over Du Xian's head. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian grew up as childhood sweethearts, cultivating together and growing up with strong affection for each other. They had long ago taken the other as their other half, but they had yet to reach the peak of their martial Dao, so they had decided it was not yet time for them to marry. The two had secretly agreed that when the both of them reached the Emperor realm, Du Xian would ask for her hand in marriage from Yi Hen. They believed that Yi Hen definitely wouldn't refuse when the time came. Never would Yi Jinghan have expected that day would never come as right now. Before her eyes, her lover was going to be killed. No, martial uncle Shi. Please don't. Yi Jinghan's body went limp and she toppled directly onto the floor, pleading. But Shi Tsongying's face was cold and unmoved. "We can settle things simply if you just deactivate the array." Yi Jinghan instantly fell out of sorts. Deactivating the array would expose Thousand Leaves sect's greatest secret to their enemies and leave it open for them to probe into. But if she refused, from Shi Tsongying's ruthless display earlier, Du Xian would certainly die. She simply did not know what to choose. "Just ignore him, Yi. This old dog has lost his mind," Du Xian suddenly shouted. "They will not let us go even if you remove the array. Senior brother will depart first, but you have to stay well. I will not let you down in the next life." As he finished speaking, the source chi in his body surged up violently and reached a level that even he could not control in just a moment. "Humph!" Shi Tsongying coldly snorted and reached out to slap Du Xian heavily on the shoulder. The raging source chi was instantly doused down and went back to normal. Du Xian was dumbfounded. Seeing that he couldn't even self-destruct in this situation, he had completely become a fish on someone else's chopping block. Yi Jinghan was also taken aback. She couldn't be any clearer about what Du Xian was trying to do earlier, but when she saw Shi Tsongying seal Du Xian's cultivation, she actually felt a little thankful to this traitor. If he had not done so in time, Du Xian would definitely have exploded before her eyes, and Yi Jinghan would not be able to bear such a result. This change of events had completely shattered Yi Jinghan's psyche. Even though she knew that things would not end well if she were to dispel the array, she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. Looking teary-eyed towards Shi Tsongying, she pleaded, "Martial uncle, I can remove the array, however, you have to let them go. They are not part of our Thousand Leaves sect. This matter has nothing to do with them." The people she was referring to were Qi Yu and the others. When he heard her say that, Yi Hen slowly shut his eyes. He knew that there was truly no going back now. Yi Jinghan may still be able to retain one thread of hope of surviving if she defended the mountain valley. But if the array was lowered, then the consequences would definitely be dire. Unfortunately, he was unable to move or even speak now. There was nothing he could do to stop her. Du Xian was also desperately shaking his head at Yi Jinghan, but to no avail. Shi Tsongying's cold voice sounded. "Martial uncle is unable to make a decision on this matter." But as soon as he was done speaking, Qiu Zhe said generously, "Fine. This king will agree to your request as long as you undo the spirit array obediently." As if anyone would believe you, Hua Qingxi muttered under her breath. How could she not know that Qiu Zhe was merely wagging his tongue? He had no intention of letting them go at all. In the mountain valley, Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and looked at Qi Yu and the others. "It was our Thousand Leaves sect that dragged you into this. I will dispel the spirit array. When that time comes, run away at once. I will try to cover you as much as I can." Hua Qingxi frowned. "Sister Yi, you should come with us as well." She too knew that Yi Jinghan was at the end of her rope here. The lives of her own father and her lover were in the hands of someone else, so she naturally could not just stand by and watch. That was why Hua Qingxi did not blame Yi Jinghan for her decision. It was just that Qiu Zhe was still here. Hua Qingxi did not have the slightest confidence that she could escape here with Qi Yu and the others. If it were just herself, then she had 80% confidence she could flee. She may not be able to defeat Qiu Zhe, but there was still a chance for her to escape. But Qi Yu and the others were only first-order Dao Source Realm, and Chai, who was only a third-order Origin King. Dreaming of escaping in front of so many experts was no doubt a fool's errand. Hua Qingxi decided in her heart that she would keep Qi Yu and the others safe no matter what. The rest would be up to Yang Kai once he appeared. Faced with Hua Qingxi's situation, Yi Jinghan only shot her a bitter smile and shook her head. Hua Qingxi knew that she had made up her mind and could only sigh, no longer persuading her. "What are you waiting for?" Shi Tsongying began urging her impatiently. The source chi on the palm placed on top of Du Xian's head was fluctuating, as if it could take Du Xian's life at any moment. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled. She no longer dared to delay matters and quickly formed seals with both hands. As the seals were formed rapidly, layer after layer of sealing arrays, illusion arrays, and killing arrays were dispelled. Qiu Zhe spread out his divine sense and paid close attention to the situation. Once he sensed that all the spirit arrays in the mountain valley had been undone, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Marshal Nisyi has made a wise choice. You are much smarter than your father." After Yi Jinghan dispelled the arrays, her entire body felt weak, as if she had completely lost her strength. She could only let out a low shout, "Go!" As soon as her words came out, Hua Qingxi and the others exchanged glances and immediately tried to flee the area. But before they could make any moves, the array-based platform buzzed and a clear fluctuation of space principles spread out at once. Following that, a dazzling light was emitted from the platform. "What?" Shi Tsongying, who was already rushing towards Yi Jinghan and the others, stopped in place and stared at the platform in a daze, seemingly not expecting the platform to operate at such a moment. What's more, it seemed like someone had teleported over. A glint also flashed in Qiu Zhe's eyes, and as he stared fixedly at it. When he saw the array-based platform earlier, he thought that it was broken. If not, why did Yi Jinghan and the others not escape? Instead, they holed themselves up in the mountain valley. But now, it seemed things were not as he imagined. Someone had teleported over from somewhere. Didn't that mean that the platform was fine? Who was the person who arrived? And where did the platform connect to? Unlike the bewilderment of Shi Tsongying and Qiu Zhe, the ashen-faced Yi Hen's eyes went wide and his body began to tremble uncontrollably when he saw the light. The entrance to the sealed world was repaired. The entrance to the sealed world, which had been closed off for 10,000 years, had finally been repaired. The generations of Thousand Leaves sect masters had taken it as their mission to restore the entrance, but none of them had ever succeeded in doing so. But now he was able to witness the moment the sealed world's entrance was reopened with his own eyes. In an instant, Yi Hen could not help but feel that he would not have regrets even in his death, and he could not help but laugh like a fool. As long as the entrance to the sealed world was repaired, the inheritance of the Thousand Leaves sect would not be cut off. Then there would be a chance for the sect to shine again. But when he remembered the situation he and the Thousand Leaves sect were currently in, Yi Hen's heart sank to the bottom again. Naturally, he knew who it was that repaired the entrance. After all, Xianxia was the only person who had gone in the past few days. Who else could it be but him? While he couldn't help but sigh in admiration at his daughter's judgment, he also lamented that the heavens did not allow Thousand Leaves sect more opportunity to rise again. If he had just a few more days, Yi Hen was sure he would be able to obtain the lost secret arts and secret techniques in the sealed world. Then he would be able to activate the Earth-grade puppets in the main peak square again. With the help of those Earth-grade puppets, Thousand Leaves sect would not have fallen into this situation. Even if they were not the opponents of Xianxia and the others, they would still be able to fight them to the death. But the entrance just had to be repaired at this time. Now not only was Thousand Leaves sect done for, their inheritance, which had been lost for 10,000 years, would also fall into the hands of their enemies. With just Xianxia, Yi Hen did not believe he would be able to stop Xianxia. Just as these thoughts were running through his mind, two figures gradually appeared at the platform. One of them was Xianxia, but the other was a 7- or 8-year-old girl that looked like a jade doll. This little girl had long fiery red hair that almost ran down to her ankles like a soft waterfall. She was wearing the clothes of a man which looked loose and out of place on her. It could be seen at a glance that the clothes belonged to Xianxia, but such attire did not take away from her beauty in the slightest. Instead, it added a playful touch of cuteness to her, so that anyone who saw her would not be able to look away. Especially her little pink cheeks of hers that tempted one to pinch them. When the two of them appeared, they clearly did not understand the situation unfolding before them. It wasn't until he could smell the faint scent of blood that Xianxia's face sank, and he released his divine sense. In an instant, his face turned ugly. He could see that Qiyu and the others were all wounded, hiding behind the array base platform as they watched Yi Hen and Du Xian that were being kept in place by the others, their auras weak and unstable. He could see a nervous look on Shi Zongying's face, as well as Luo Jin, who was glaring at him with flames of hatred flickering in his eyes. Young Master Yang. As soon as Hua Qingxi saw Xianxia, she knew their savior had come. She could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. If you showed up any later, we would have been done for. I'm sorry, young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan looked at Xianxia nervously. It was our Thousand Leaves sect that got you all involved in this. After a pause, she hurriedly said, you should take them and run away from here quickly. Even though she had seen Xianxia's abilities and knew that he was strong, there was an Emperor Realm Master here. She did not think Xianxia's strength could compare to a master at that level. Only after hearing her words did Xianxia look away from Xianxia, smiling. This is a tricky situation. Even though he still didn't quite understand how all this came about, he could clearly tell friend from foe in this situation. Was that guy the one who hurt you? Xianxia glanced at Xianxia as he asked. Hua Qingxi was already at the peak of the Dao Source Realm, so there was really no other person here who could hurt her except for him. Yes, Hua Qingxi gently nodded. He seems to be the Palace Master of Sky Illumination Palace and has just ascended to the Emperor Realm not too long ago. His cultivation is not stable yet. If that wasn't the case, you would not be able to see your sister Hua anymore. Good. Anyone who dares touch any of my people must die. Xianxia sneered. As soon as these words came out, all of the outsiders stared at him as if he was a fool.